If Muhammad won't come to the mountain, then bring the mountain to Muhammad. Let's begin!
Far Cry 5 is often seen as the last great game in the franchise, but it's also the most divided installment in the Far Cry community, as some see it as the best game in the franchise, while others say it ruined the franchise. The game introduced many new changes, some which improved the open world formula, but other changes utterly failed compared to previous installments. Personally, by 2018, I was burned out on Far Cry games and I did not really enjoy playing Far Cry 5 until 3 years after its release, and I kinda enjoyed it. It was never my favorite Far Cry game or anything, but there was something there in the narrative that I was unable to fully see until I thoroughly analyzed it for this video. And in this video, I will pretty much explore every aspect of the game, from its story, gameplay, visuals, sound, and, of course, the controversies surrounding the game. So relax, as we are about to enter the bliss. Far Cry 5 is easily the most controversial game in the series by far, as the game was attacked from both sides of the political spectrum after the first reveal trailer. First, it was conservatives and religious people and whatnot who attacked the game due to its perceived depiction of Christianity. There was also an online petition to cancel the game, but it was most likely just a glorified shitpost. Of course, there were people who wanted Far Cry to be less political overall and not using real-life depictions or allegories of controversial themes or events, and instead just be a video game. On the other side of the spectrum, people thought the game was not political enough and were mad at Ubisoft for being non-political, and there were a ton of hit pieces on this subject from a lot of journalists. Many journalists and game critics created a narrative surrounding Far Cry 5 that it had nothing to say, and I asked myself, did these people sleep through all the cutscenes? What makes Far Cry 5 stand out and make it so great is each of its main antagonists, as each one of them is fleshed out enough to be their own villain in their own game. And we got 4 of these in the same game this time around, which elevates it and improves on the Far Cry formula. There's also so many underlying symbolisms, the words, the personalities, and even the way characters' eyes can reveal many things in this game. I believe that this game is easily the deepest one yet after Far Cry 3, as it explores so many difficult topics and has, in fact, a lot to say. This whole mess of controversies begs the questioning regarding how political games need to be nowadays, with some saying, and you have probably heard the phrase by now, that all games are political, which is laughable. Yes, many games do delve into politics like Metal Gear Solid, BioShock, or smaller indie games like Papers, Please. However, the difference is they use allegories to make their points. They never tend to use real-life examples, one by one, when making their critique of certain politics and especially people. And why is this? Because otherwise it would age like milk. 99% of political jokes tends to age in only a few years, becoming obsolete. But it also begs the question, why would Far Cry ever need to be political, and why would it make the game deeper and better? Because let's be real, the previous Far Cry games has not been super political. The closest is probably 2 and 4. Otherwise, Far Cry tends to focus more on the narrative, character progression, or rather being more character driven than just having political themes in it. But this controversy and critique from journalists is nothing new to the Far Cry franchise, as it's been under scrutiny by gaming journalists all the way back since Far Cry 3, how the main complaint was that Jason was white and how the game apparently played into the white savior trope, which I staunchly disagree with. But these critiques might look silly today, but the devs took them deadly serious, because these complaints led to every subsequent Far Cry protagonist from here on would now be native to the location where the game takes place.
If I said that, it's just we're doing something that we're fixing the problems that we thought we shipped with 3. We were definitely aware of some of the tropes that we fell into, unintentionally in some cases, intentionally in some. And one of the areas that we, like, it was almost the first thing that we did was decided how we were gonna address the kind of the white savior trope.
Which we saw with Far Cry 4 and AJ, and how the devs said how having a native protagonist was the most essential thing for the game, which makes no sense since AJ is barely a character.
And like the first thing we said was, this guy is from Kyrat. No matter what happens, like, that is the most important thing, is he is part of this world, he belongs here, that's where his parents are from, that's where his family are from, right? So when you go back there, it's a place you belong to. So everything you do is kind of part of your history and culture and background.
I don't particularly enjoy talking about too much politics when it comes to these videos. However, I'm also not reluctant to deep diving into it, as that would make ignoring valuable information, and honestly, just ignoring it won't make it go away. And some people say that this has nothing to do with the game, but I digress, as I explain the controversies and politics and how they changed the Far Cry formula from outside, which in my opinion has made the games worse in the long run, and this is due to, well, politics, from gaming media pressuring the dev team for these changes. It's kinda funny how in every press interview, the devs of Far Cry 5 said that this game is not political and how nothing is supposed to be directly correlated to real life people or events. And this is fun in hindsight, as fast forward to Far Cry 6, where the new devs said the game was heavily political. Again, companies tend to listen to journalists. They don't give a damn about what gamers think. But to truly understand what the hell happened for the game to be so controversial in the first place, we need to go back in time and understand how the game was developed. The development of Far Cry 5 was a long one, as it would become the longest dev cycle in the franchise's history, up there with Far Cry 3, as it took the devs 3 years to complete this game. The franchise has always taken place at exotic locations like the jungle, Africa, Nepal, the prehistoric world, and even the future. Dan Hay, the lead producer of the game, said that the team wanted to make a game closer to home, and how it's actually more dangerous in your own backyard than anywhere else on the planet. And the specific location for this game would be Montana. Aside from a beautiful location, the team painstakingly went to research everything about this area, and I mean everything. Though the central theme of the game would be about a topic that not many games has dwelled into, which are cults. The dev team actually consulted with an actual real-life expert on cult behavior, who explains that there are 3 primary characteristics to a cult, which is 1. A totalitarian leader who is charismatic and gathers people around them and how they are worshipped by said people. 2. How the group recruits people, how they break down people, and how to persuade them into joining the cult. And 3. How the group does harm to people, be it physical or psychological. The cult of the game, Project at Eden's Gate, is not based on just one real-life cult, but it's more a hodgepodge between many different existing ones. And there are a number of now infamous cults that may have been directly inspired the Project at Eden's Gate in Far Cry 5, the most notable ones being the Branch Davidians, the People's Temple, and the Church Universal and Triumphant. The development team researched how cult and cult-like behavior works in terms of buying large amounts of property, especially in rural towns, and then moving all of their followers there, which can rapidly start to outgrow the native population there. Now, Ubisoft insists that the Eden's Gate is not a Christian cult, and more that it's based on different religions and belief systems, it's not just one. They want to stay away from real-life politics and religion, but still make commentary on it. And there is some evidence to this notion, as there are scriptures from the Quran on the wall in the trailer and cutscene. And hell, John even quotes it.
If Muhammad won't come to the mountain, then bring the mountain to Muhammad.
There's also a Jesus statue outside lying on the ground, as Joseph is their new Jesus, which is not that Christian to say the least. The white cross, which is a symbol of the cult, which bears the resemblance of the cross of Scientology and Christianity, and probably the Iron Cross from Germany, which was a medal you could receive even before World War I, so no, it has nothing to do with the angry Germans from World War II. They also insist that Eden's Gate is not a white supremacist cult, and it makes sense since a lot of the cult members consist of people from all walks of life and skin colors, so they are by no means racist or tied to those groups. And some people were really mad about that. But I will talk about that later, because it's something I never thought I would read. Joseph Seed, the leader of the cult, is seemingly based on the Branch Davidians leader David Koresh. The dev team wanted Joseph to stand out compared to Pagan and Vaz, since they did not want another, crazy psychopath like Vaz or Pagan. They wanted something new, and don't get me wrong, I love Vaz and Pagan as they are charismatic as hell. We all wanted more Vaz in Far Cry 3 and we wanted to join Pagan's side in Far Cry 4. However, they were both crazy. And they didn't really stand for much, and it was hard to figure out their end goals and motivations. But this is what makes Joseph so different, as he has a clear end goal and agenda, and we understand his motivations. The end justifies the means. Of course, he's still crazy in terms of what he's willing to do to fulfill his own vision. So the dev team succeeded with the flying colors, making Joseph stand out as he's more normal, but also charismatic, as you kinda wanna join up with him. And he's scary because he's so human. Vaz and Pagan were not realistic characters or humans. You won't find them in real life, but people like Joseph, they exist to a scary degree. There is a good explanation that the actor Greg Brick, who is playing the father, has his own perspective on the character.
I don't think I'm a villain. I don't think the father is a villain. I think in a lot of ways I come from a place of love with it, but I also have a certainty that I'm right. And sometimes when you're right, you have to force even the people you love to choose the right path. And that creates discord. And we really explore a family that's held together by love and fear, which oftentimes families are.
Regardless of the controversy, if anything, it had a positive effect on the game, as it was a tremendous success at release, as Far Cry 5 became the fastest selling Far Cry game, making 310 million in its first week, and it had 10 million copies by its second year and 30 million by last year. The game was perceived well enough by both critics and audiences alike, averaging around a 8 out of 10 by most. Well, I think it's time we actually jumped into the game, and brace yourself, it's gonna be a long one. Far Cry games and prologues. What can I say? Somehow Ubisoft has done it again, as the intro for 5 is one of the best we have gotten so far, where we get a short introduction to the state of Minnesota and, more importantly, Hope County, narrated by different allies that we will meet and gather throughout the game. How Hope County used to be a beautiful place, and how the place they all once loved slowly got taken over by this crazy cult which no one took seriously at first. They were religious, militant, how they started to buy up every farm, radio station and even the police, their own sovereign state. We get the introduction to the main villain of the game, Joseph Seed, or the father.
Those in the outside world are blind. They do not believe. They have no faith. But I will make them see.
Far Cry villains. Never stop being you. But you play as Rook. Well, because you're Rookie Police, and you won't talk much during this game. like at all, because in this game Ubisoft unfortunately made the choice to go with a silent protagonist. At least you being a deputy explains how you are great at handling guns and firearms. So you and the deputies and the sheriff are traveling with a US Marshal who has orders and a warrant to detain Joseph Seed. And this scene is fantastic, as the locals are well aware of Joseph and how dangerous he and his cult are, and tries to persuade the Marshal to call off the mission multiple times. You can truly tell the tension is building up and you shouldn't be here. Like seeing the huge statue of Joseph with the Hans Zimmerman horns going on. Like guys, please stop with this. We are also informed that the reason they call them Peggies is because it stands for Project at Eden's Gate, PEG, and how they started off quite harmless a few years ago but has now stocked up and armed themselves to the teeth. And we are going straight for their main base, the Eden's Gate compound. And this place kinda freaks me out. Especially since I looked up on how other cult compounds and buildings tend to look like, and they are eerily similar. And small details like how the cult has separated the women and the men as they each have their own barracks inside of the camp. They are not allowed to fornicate with each other. There are guard dogs, drug plants and weapons scattered all around the place, and they are all extremely hostile. And it's time to meet the main man of the show.
Something is coming. You can feel it, can you? We are creeping toward the edge. And there will be a reckoning. That is why we started the project. Because we know what happens next. They will come. They will try to take from us, take our guns, take our freedom, take our faith.
This scene really reminds me of the Siege of Waco, where the cult named the Branch Davidians had holed up, where FDA tried to talk with the cultists and then a firefight broke out, which ended up with deaths on both sides. And just as you think a shootout is about to happen, Joseph surrenders. Well, half surrenders.
We knew this moment would come. We've prepared for it. Go. Go. God will not let them take me.
I saw when the Lamb opened the first seal, and I heard, as it were the noise of thunder, one of the four beasts say, "Come and see."
Step forward.
And I saw.
And behold, it was a white horse. And hell followed with him.
Rookie, cuff this son of a bitch.
God will not let you take me.
Oh yeah, the sheriff's surname is Whitehorse. Keep that in mind. Here, Joseph gives you the decision whether to cuff him or walk away. Now if you walk away, the game will end. And it kinda feels like they just did it because Far Cry 4 had this hidden ending, yet here it's just so blatant. I will talk more about the relevance of this ending towards the end of the video, as it has some relevance, and the quote that sometimes the best thing to do is just walk away is an important quote that comes up several times throughout the game. So you cuff and walk out with Joseph, and the tensions are starting to overflow as the Peggies will not let them take away their father. They start off quite civil, but they realize that they are taking him to the helicopter, and how more of the Peggies are starting to show up and the cultists start to throw things and weapons are drawn. And this is all happening while a slow, lyricless version of Amazing Grace is playing.
Stay on the path, rookie.
if it's for us being sinners taking Joseph away and how we need the forgiveness, or if it's for Joseph, I'm not sure. So we get to the helicopter, but they are starting to climb it like crazies. One of them manages to climb the heli and into the rotator wheels. And all of this is happening while Joseph is singing Amazing Grace to himself, and throughout this whole prologue, Joseph has been so confident in himself that God will not let us take him away, and if anything, it's kinda as if he knew this exact thing would happen.
Like me.
Please, are you there? Is somebody there? Please.
I told you that God wouldn't let you take me.
Please. I need to know what's going on.
Dispatch?
Oh, God.
Everything is just fine here. No need to call anyone.
Yes, Father. Praise be to you.
No one is coming to save you.
And yeah, it's as he says, no one is coming to save us. We are on our own, and we can't even trust the local police anymore, as they said in the intro. The police had even been bought, and it seems like the cult is in complete control over this county. Also, how the hell is Joseph the only one being okay here? Everyone else is semi-knocked out, yet Joseph is climbing out like Spider-Man. Is it because he relaxed his body while everybody else tensed up?
Everything is unfolding according to God's plan. I am still here with you. First seal has been broken. Collapse has begun. And we will take what we need. We will preserve what we have. And we will kill all those who stand in our way. These, the harbingers of doom, will see the truth. We gotta get out of here. Begin the reaping! We gotta get out of here.
And yeah, there is going to be a lot of talk regarding the seals that are broken throughout the game. And it seems that this event has kickstarted the apocalypse, as the Pegasus are now going to take what they need to survive it, which means pillaging all the food and supplies from the land and taking it by force. They will also convert the people of Hope County against their will on a massive scale. You could say that the collapse means that the masks are now off. What the collapse and apocalypse is, we don't know yet. He also proclaims that they shall kill anyone who stands in their way. Oh, how very Christian of you, Joseph. So the reaping begins and he wants all of you captured. But the helicopter suddenly catches fire. They start to drag everyone out from the heli, but you and the marshal manages to escape into the forest, and this section reminds me a lot of Far Cry 3, where you had to run into the jungle without any weapons as Jason. However, this is short-lived, as you're introduced to the game's stealth system, which functions more or less the same as in previous games, where you can again throw rocks to distract enemies and do takedowns on unsuspecting ones. Now, what Far Cry 2 fans will immediately notice is the clear lack of clutter on the screen, as the HUD is almost as bare as in Far Cry 2, except for the compass at the top of the screen, which will lead you to quest markers and points of interest, etc. and in which direction enemies are. You are also now able to go into pretty much any direction you want, but ultimately you are led to a house to meet up with the US Marshal, and he is freaking out.
Jesus Christ. Rook, I'm sorry. I thought they got you. Come on. Come on. Come on. Check the room, Rook. Oh, Jesus. I had no idea. Fuck. We're putting this whole family away. All of them. Fucking lunatics.
So you need to get help from the outside, steal a car, and bring back the National Guard here. The Peggies have found you and you must hold them off while the Marshal goes to start the truck. And this is an awful lot of enemies for being the first real gameplay section of the game, as afterwards we get a on-rails shooting section where you need to hold back the chasing cars, and they are actually pretty hard to kill as they deal a lot of damage and they are quite accurate here, and somehow the cult even has planes.
Is that a fucking plane? Don't you tell me they have fucking air support. Oh, shit.
After driving on the main bridge out of the county, the plane drops a bomb and you drive off into the water, and I love the music here. Both of us swim to the shore, but the Marshal is caught while a mysterious man takes you away somewhere, and now the game can start. For reals. It's a great prologue that tells you all you need to know about the game, and it really sets this tone as being dark as hell, much more than previous installments, but it also tells us who the antagonists are, what they want, their goals, and personalities. It's also a great introduction as to what your goals is going to be, as you need to save your friends and take down this cult, as it's your job as a deputy. I think the game just nails this feeling of dread as if we are fighting something which is truly supernatural, because how are we going to defeat a person who might be speaking to God? And man, Joseph Seed makes an amazing first impression on us, and even if we are the ones supposedly in control of the situation as we handcuff him and walk him through the camp, he acts as if he's in total control of the situation and knows exactly what's going to happen. As he said, God won't let him take my way, and it makes you wonder if this man really is as crazy as you think, or if he can really talk to God. Wait a minute. We run through the dark somewhere unknown, we are thrown off our bridge and rescued by a mysterious person who will later help us succeeding in our missions. Maybe Far Cry 3 and 5 are more similar than I thought. You wake up in a bunker and a mysterious man named Dutch. Dutch tells you how the roads out of the county has been blocked. All the phone lines are down and it seems that they have been waiting for the collapse for years, waiting for just something to kick it off, and it seems that we were that spark that triggered it. And it's as if you have started a holy war, so we are freed and oh nice, a Far Cry 3 reference. It seems that all of our friends, whom we don't really know yet, have been captured and has been handed to each one of the lieutenants in each region as each leader controls. So you need to find the local resistances in each county and liberate as many allies as you can while destroying the Seed's operations throughout the land and then take them out one by one. The first mission is to take control of this small island, which serves as an introduction to the new mechanics and the new takeover implementation. We also get to change clothes this time around, and yeah, that's a first. We can actually customize our character, and I suppose I should talk a little bit more about the choice of having the protagonist be silent and a bit more of the RPGification of the game. Far Cry 5 probably has the worst protagonist in the franchise, and this becomes apparent the moment you start the game, because you can choose between two different faceless people that looks like mannequins, where you can play either as a male or female. There is no real difference besides from the different models in a cutscene and some additional grunts or screams. Other than that, there is no difference at all. Now, having us play as a silent protagonist can work. Hell, it has worked in some of the best games of all time like Half-Life, Legend of Zelda, Doom, Bioshock and Dead Space. But it's also not entirely new to the Far Cry franchise, as we played a silent protagonist in Far Cry 2, but it worked there because it made sense. But here, it's honestly awful. I absolutely despise this choice. I know exactly why they made this choice. They want the player and the characters to be the focal points, not the protagonist interacting with the antagonist, and I understand that it's to try and immerse the player, as you are not playing as Rook or a character, you are playing as yourself. And this works to an extent, but it also fails because our character has no real relations with other characters, as every character refers to you, not the character we are playing. And it's quite unnatural and unrealistic that the Rook does not react or say anything throughout the game. It really takes you out of the immersion, especially since Rook is a native to Hope County. Was it really that difficult to write a story for this character? And it's probably due to every single fan talking about the antagonist being so great when it comes to Far Cry games. Like, seriously, if you talk about Far Cry 3 with someone, they will pretty much only mention how great Vaz was while ignoring the protagonist, or hell, even hating them. Don't worry, Jason. Joseph, please don't punish them, for they do not know. You can also customize your character with hats, pants and even outfits from other games. I like the Citra costume, so I went with that for the rest of the game. But this made me wonder, am I playing an FPS game or an RPG? Which confused me because in traditional RPGs or CRPGs, you don't tend to have a voice protagonist, but instead you have a ton of dialogue options, such as in Dragon Age, Baldur's Gate or Divinity. But in here, we say nothing. And this also creates one of the biggest problems with the game. This is not an RPG, yet the game treats it as that in many aspects. I also wonder whether or not this RPG or customization system was implemented from the start by the development team, or if this was mandated by Ubisoft, because how else would they be able to include an in-game shop and tons of customization options for your character? Believe me, we're going to talk about that later. I'm also confused about the time lapse that takes place in this game, because according to the game, the reaping starts when you crash the helicopter and you start Doomsday, but out in the open world, it's as if they have been doing this for months or years, which kinda makes the timeline confusing. And when counting for the main story, like, forget it, when you are captured by Jacob, you're often gone for days or weeks. So again, there is no real sense of time here. I believe it would have been a much better fit if we came in here to Montana as an outsider. Actually, now that I think about it, why are we not playing as the US Marshal here, who knows nothing about Hope County, and we just wanna rise in ranks and do our job, as we get a fish out of water experience, which is much better than playing Rook, which does not work properly here, as Rook is a native to this town, which means they should know what's going on, and that means that every single explanation regarding the Peggies, what you do, landmarks, etc, 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 are just pointless, as Rook should already know this stuff. Could we not place a character who were either religious or non-religious, and we see their journey as they start to believe in Joseph's words, and it's a struggle within, and it's a struggle about faith. So again, why did we not place the Marshal? After picking out an outfit, you can set out into the open world, and we need to liberate Duchess Island. To fully succeed, you need to fill the resistance meter that builds up by doing various tasks, such as saving civilians, destroying cult properties, taking over outposts, and lastly completing missions for various people. So after liberating a few outposts here, saving hostages and learning how to recruit the militia, you need to re-establish some of the communication at a nearby tower. And no, sadly, there is no real tower climbing in this game, which even the game takes a potshot at.
I know what you're thinking, and no. I ain't gonna have you climbing towers all over the county for me, so don't worry. Also, try not to fall from up there.
And now the prologue is done, and the map finally opens up. Far Cry 5 introduces a completely new mechanic which evolves the concept from Primal in terms of you either fighting more than just one enemy, like the Scylla or the Udam. But in Primal, you still only had one map and one big region regardless of who you fought. But here, they managed to actually divide the map into 3 areas which are controlled by each of Joseph's siblings. And the best aspect is that you can choose whichever region you want to tackle first. The game recommends that you start with John's region, but you can jump between either one of these 3 in any way you want. There are many positive aspects to this change as it gives the player complete freedom as to what they want to do, and the game does not feel on rails as in the previous games, as it lacks a linear story structure, where you can either choose to play main missions or side missions. Each region looks, feels and plays different to each other, which is perfect. But it also has some drawbacks, as this means the story will feel a bit disjointed, as it's built separately between each region, which makes some cutscenes baffling. Because Joseph and the Seeds would act differently if they knew you had killed 1 or 2 of their siblings. And you don't really feel this overarching progression towards the end of the game. It almost feels like each region is a restart of sort, like playing the game over again. But it does give some decent illusion of replayability, as I have played the game 3 times in total, and I always choose which region to tackle in different orders. By hovering a region you can see the amount of tasks, and yeah, Far Cry 5 is easily the game with the largest amount of content thus far in the series, because in just one region there are 43 missions. Jesus Christ. And I did some calculations. There are 9 specialist missions, there are 136 missions in total, there are 17 outposts, and there are 40 cult properties to destroy. Far Cry 3 had 53 missions in total if we include side missions. That's just insane as to how much bigger Far Cry 5 is. So if you're a completionist, no, not that completionist, you would have a bad or good time, depending on who you are. Now the counties are divided as follows. Jacob controls the northern region, which takes place in the mountainous terrain in the aptly named Whitetail Mountains. Up here, he trains the cult and their army to make them strong and stand ready for anything, and survive in the upcoming apocalypse. Faith's region is in the east, called the Henban River, located around tons of rivers to transport the bliss throughout the land. She is in charge of distributing the bliss, a mind-controlling drug that creates absolute bliss for the user, and this fits perfectly because drugs and Far Cry go together like apples and pies. And trust me, there is a lot of bliss throughout the game. And lastly, to the west, there is the open landscape with tons of farms called the Holland Valley, which is controlled by John Seed, who is the main recruiter for Eden's Gate. He uses infomercials to recruit, and he also likes the power of yes. I love this new map. I actually think it's the best map we have gotten thus far in the franchise, because everything is shown on the map, and I mean everything, as you see every landmark that you see in person on the actual map, like the statue of Joseph, the huge Hollywood sign that says yes in John's region. The map truly feels interactive and alive in a way, because it even changes depending on what you do. For example, looking at the statue of the father before and after you destroy it, or the huge yes sign. The map reminds me of a map of war games, where you move your characters around with a stick. It's too bad that this kinda went away in Far Cry 6 because they truly had something here. As I said, the game recommends that you take on John Seed's region first, and that's where I will start my journey. And fittingly enough, we are getting a broadcast message from John.
We are all sinners. Every one of us. You, me. Even the Father knows deeply of sin. It's a poison that clouds our minds. That freedom from sin can come from the power of just one word. Yes, I am a sinner. Yes, I wish to be unburdened. Yes, I must be redeemed. If you're watching this, know that you have been selected. You will be cleansed. You will confess your sins, and you will be offered atonement. Don't worry. You don't have to do anything. We'll come for you. Welcome to Eden's Gate.
The amount of thirst I have seen for John Seed would be enough to rival Dennis's simp juices towards Citra, but in all honesty, he's a great antagonist who is quite similar to Joseph. It's just that he's more sadistic and eccentric in his behavior. The introduction scene with him is so unsettling as it feels eerily realistic how he always smiles, the happy music, the people in the background who says yes, and how it builds up to a crescendo towards the end with everyone saying yes! And how he is pretty much saying the most threatening things with a smile on his face, and it's just a great introduction to John and his insanity. Oh, and John is obsessed, and I mean obsessed with 7 deadly sins, as he even has them tattooed on his hands. This will be more relevant later. Oh, and every single one of the seeds have important tattoos on them. Well, except for Jacob. Hoorah! To fully liberate a region, you need to fill up the new resistance meter, like the one from the tutorial island, and it fills up whenever you do something to disrupt the cult, and this can be anything from hijacking trucks, destroying fuel trucks, saving prisoners, destroying chapels, beacons or silos, or doing side quests or taking over outposts. Regardless, this meter is going to fill up fast, and it never feels like a grind, which is a great thing. And with each new milestone on this meter, the more difficult and more enemies will appear. And other world-changing events will take place, for example in John's region. At resistance level 1, the cult has trucks patrolling the roads and attempting to recruit citizens at gunpoint. Resistance level 2, roadblocks. John and his cult members set up roadblocks around the valley to impede the resistance. And level 3. John deploys the project's elite soldiers known as the Chosen to hunt you in fighter planes. So if anything, this is the difficulty of the game, and it's not much of a game changer if I'm being honest, because the planes are frankly just annoying. And speaking of planes, you can fly them now, which I think is a huge mistake by Ubisoft, as they and the helicopters are way too OP in this game, as the enemy just cannot handle them as they are not programmed for it, and you can easily solo anything the enemy throws at you, and for some reason you can even use these in certain main missions, which makes them a cakewalk. This also messes with the traversing in this game, because you buy a helicopter or plane and you can now go to a nearby fighter and summon it. In previous Far Cry games, vehicles were out in the open or inside towns, and you cannot summon them on a whim, and I found myself using these modes of transportation way too much, which is frankly a disservice to the beauty of the game, the land, the towns and the forests, because it does not really look special while you are in the air, and when you need to fly a long distance, it gets boring fast. And in comparison, the gyrocopter from Far Cry 4 was much better, because even if it was quite fast, it was hard to control and maneuver, and it had no weapons except for the sidearm you used. So it was not overpowered or broken. The only thing this game limits is the amount of explosives you use on your helicopter or plane, and for some awful reason it costs money to reload. Yeah, $1,000 to reload explosives each time. So instead of just saying empty or a really slow cooldown, they straight up said, pay us money to use. So why even add these in the first place? So you might notice that the whole map starts off as pretty much blank and you can't really see anything. Well, in this game, the way you gain new missions, side missions and locations is simply by talking to people you find in the open world, and most of these are randomized encounters. You can find them in the wilderness, on roads, and maybe they are being captured by Peggies, and if you save them, they will give you a quest. These are sorted into different categories and activities, which are locations of outposts, side missions, prepper stashes, and overall different locations on the map with people of interest. This means that you can stumble upon someone in the open world who would give you a quest location. For example, here, I find 2 cult members who are baptizing or drowning this civilian, and if I save him, he will give me a tip and location where I can find a new quest. And this system is interesting, as it rewards you for going off the beaten path and move between missions in the open world instead of just flying. These are of course optional, and you can still see outpost black smoke from the sky like in previous games. Though after a while, I can promise you that you are going to skip every dialogue with these people, as they only say generic lines. And there's not really any value in them. Just don't push the wrong button and recruit them, which will make the quest marker go away. But again, it's all up to you, because the game gives you total freedom. Personally, I went to a nearby broadcast on the map, because you see, aside from the 3 regions on your map, you can see and hear emergency broadcasts, which are 9 in total, which are for the different companions that you are going to meet and recruit throughout the game. I chose the closest one, which is a dog named Boomer, who is located at this pumpkin farm, where his owners have seemingly been killed and Boomer himself is about to be taken away by the Peggies. So you shoot up the cage, you kill the Peggies and you pet him, which will make him join your cause. Companions work very similarly to how they worked in Far Cry Primal, as you can tell them to follow you, attack a target, or stay at a certain location. And I guess I should talk a little bit more in depth about the companions that you will meet throughout the game.
I see the wheels turning in your head. Ah, fellow seeker of justice. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Who gives a fuck what I'm saying? I'll show you. Come on. Here they come. Wait, what? No, no! They're bringing in cows! Ryan? Davey? Cena? No! Turn back, cows! Don't come!
There is, for example, the hotshot pilot Nick Rye, whom we saw in the intro cinematic. He also has some quests for us later on, where we help him get his plane back, help him reconcile with his wife, though we also get a long, drawn-out 5-minute tutorial where we learn how to fly a plane, which is pretty far into the game already, and we fly through circles. But after that, we unlock him as a companion, and he will actually watch the skies for us, and we can call in a strafing or bomb round, which is cool as hell.
I have eyes on a target.
there is also Cheeseburger, who is a bear, where you need to find him as the piggies are trying to capture him. So you kill them and you give Cheeseburger a salmon to tame him. And yeah, I feel like a Beastmaster all over again here. So more piggies arrive who want to take Cheeseburger away, and we get a goofy ass music track playing in the background while we kill them. And yeah, Cheeseburger sure is overpowered, as he can take on a ton of enemies and draw their fire. So we kill them off and we learn some new trivia regarding Cheeseburger.
Hot damn! I heard you found Cheeseburger. As long as he's with you, I know he's safe. Just remember, don't actually feed him cheeseburgers, cause, you know, he's got the diabetes.
And lastly, everyone's favorites, Herc Jr. And this is probably the closest we get to a direct allegory to the Make America Great jokes, as Herc Sr. is this hardcore conservative man. But we are not doing the mission with him, instead it's Herc Jr., who wants us to help him recapture his dad's truck from the piggies. The issue is how this mission is structured. You need to get this car back, but you drive with Herc for several minutes with no enemies at all, just him talking. This is such a forced anti-fun sequence which goes completely against the Far Cry formula. I know the main reason for this is to get to the top of the mountains so we can zipline for a good while, but why not just fade to black and teleport us up there and have Herc talk about shit while we zipline down? Oh wait, he does that regardless. At least he has a rocket launcher. Just don't use him if you need to recapture vehicles, because otherwise this can happen. Normally, you can only have one companion with you at all times, which already makes the game a bit too easy. But if you unlock a perk, you can have 2 companions active at the same time, which is basically a cheat code or easy mode for this game. So do this at your own peril. Each companion also has 2 special abilities, for example how Boomer will tag nearby enemies and pick up weapons for you, how Cheeseburger will exercise its right to attack, or how Jess Black will be extra stealthy towards enemies and no animals will attack her. And furthermore, you also have your own personal perks to upgrade your companions, and there are 9 in total. However, it's the same upgrade for every character, as they will only return faster after being injured or dead. I find these perks quite uncreative and quite insulting, as your companions already have 2 unique perks of their own. Why not let the perk you buy be something which is unique to every companion, like giving Boomer a stealth option to set off someone's grenade in their pocket, or Cheeseburger going rampage due to not getting any cheeseburgers due to his diabetes. My favorite thing is to assign both Nick Rye and Grace, who both have a plane and helicopter respectively, and they can rain down a ton of fire on anyone, and they will keep enemy planes occupied, which are some of the most annoying enemies in the game, and they can also create complete mayhem on the map.
Forgot to mention, laptops can connect to the GPS on their boats. Smart, right? So like find the computer, find the boats, then we find their containers. Then you blast them to dust. Yeah! Oh yeah, that one did it! That'll shut you up!
Now, if one of your companions goes down, you can revive them manually like in any other game, but if they die, they will despawn and they can only be revived after a few minutes of wait time in the menu. This system works well within the narrative of the game as you are building a resistance. But I honestly think that Far Cry games should be mostly played when it's only you, without any allies. It's you against the world, the horrors, the wildlife, everything. Having friends with you removes a lot of the tension of the Far Cry experience, and in this case it makes the game too easy, and having a bear named Cheeseburger as your companion, to me it's a little bit too goofy compared to the serious tone of the actual game. And we should probably get back to the main story. So our first main mission in this zone is to get to Falls End and liberate the town and its inhabitants, as it's now controlled by the cult, namely John Seed. But after a full culling of the Peggies and battling a hacking airplane, which is easily enough shot down when you have a MG on the roof, we get a cool small cutscene afterwards where everyone in town is shipping in and rebuilding it, burning flags and opening and taking back their town. And really, the spread eagle? Okay. We meet two of our main allied side characters who are Father Jerome, who is this pastor of Falls End, who wears a body vest and keeps his gun in his Bible. Keep this in mind. And he's a Shad. And then there is Mary May, who owns the bar, and these two will be some of our main allies in this region and they will help us on the way. So after continuing doing some more side quests and earning more resistance points, John contacts us on the radio and it's time for us to take a bath with John.
It's deputy hunting season. Capture, not kill, hit him with the bliss bullets. We need the deputy alive. Just one bliss bullet will do it. Let him escape.
So after being shot down by the bliss bullets, you wake up and you are dragged to a nearby river where you are going to be baptized and they're going to wash away your sins. John is clearly a sadist who lets his own personal sins and enjoyments take over his sanity, or rather he's using the cult's message for his own sick pleasure as he rejoices in torturing people and washing away their sins.
This one's not clean.
He even tries to drown us as he seemingly hates us, which is probably due to us stirring his shit up in his region and trying to take the father away, which he probably takes a personal insult to. And he's going directly against Joseph's orders to keep us alive, which he is directly reprimanded for.
You mock the cleansing, John?
No, Joseph.
You have to love them, John. Do not let your sin prevent that. Bring that one to me. Despite all that you have done, you are not beyond salvation. You're not here by accident or by chance. You are here by the grace of God. You've been given a gift. Now it remains to be seen whether you choose to embrace it or to cast it aside. This one shall reach the atonement. Or the gates of Eden shall be shut to you, John.
Yes, Joseph.
And this scene is a decent enough introduction to John as we learn how he's a complete unhinged sadist who is struggling with his own sins so much that even Joseph can't fully control him or agree with his form of method for converting people to his side, and how he's more or less a loose gun. This scene is great. However, there is a huge issue here, and it's a consequence of the non-linear but also linear story. Because even if you have already dealt with Jacob and Faith before coming here, the exact same cutscene and dialogue will play. And for me, it ruins everything, because there is no way in hell that both John and Joseph would treat us the same if we had killed the other two. This is the main issue with this form of storytelling, which will become much more clearer towards the end, and especially in Far Cry 6. And I'm going to tear you apart so hard later on. So John wants us to confess our sins, every single one we have ever committed. Though that's going to be hard to sell for John, as we are playing a silent protagonist who seems mute. So we are taken away in a truck with some other people who are there to confess as well, and it's an interesting discussion regarding confessing and pain.
If we just confess, if we confess right away, we'll be okay, right?
No, you'll make it worse.
Why?
Because confession without pain isn't confession. You'll scream out your sin, then you'll wear it on your flesh before John peels it off you. It's a beautiful thing.
Fucking Peggy's.
You are suddenly hit by something and you crash, and goddamn, whoever made this scene deserves a raise. We are saved by Pastor Jerome, who is citing lines from the Bible, and yeah, he's a badass. So we now need to storm a nearby facility to save the others who were taken away to confess. And this place is crawling, and I mean crawling with enemies. Lucky for me though, I had already unlocked my MG42, which made this a breeze. This game is spawning enemies as if it's on crack, because they are going to swarm you. So we clear this checkpoint and we now have to save a person named Merle. Don't worry, he's not gonna be in the story after this. Oh yeah, a really funny thing is that when you talk to people about main quests, it's not a cutscene, so if you move away while they are talking, they will be pissed off and then continue on where they stopped when you come back.
It's wasting. Grab what you can and go save them. I'll call in some of our people. Lives are dependent on us. Please, let me finish. He delivered as I was saying. Come here. I have a plan.
And the next section, it's not good. You first need to kill off all the Peggies who has Merle, and then you need to defend the bridge against Peggies as we need to wait for a chopper. Wow, I have never seen this type of mission in a Far Cry game before. At least we have a mortar to help us out here, but it's not easy as the enemies will attack from 3 sides, and having to defend for 2 minutes, it's a little bit too long. There is also a new super annoying mechanic with the enemies, as they will often only be downed, which means they will slowly bleed out, but enemies can come and revive them, which means you need to spend extra ammo to make sure these enemies are dead, which further empties your ammo overall. And it's kinda sad how much worse this system has become, as it was perfect in Far Cry 2, where enemies would slowly crawl away and sit towards a building only armed with a pistol to make a last stand against you. But here it's just fall to the ground, wait to be revived. It's unrealistic, and it's frankly boring how the game has devolved in this category. The chopper finally arrives, you climb up and you escape. And with that done, we now need to do some more activities to increase the resistance meter for the next encounter with John. And what exactly is there to do in this game? Well, let's talk about the classic Outpost system and how they have changed this time around. What I can say about Far Cry 5's Outposts is that every single one of them feels completely unique in terms of location, function, and enemy placement. No enemy outpost feels the same, and you can actually tell what each of them is supposed to do and how they are important for the Peggies, such as a farm, fuel station, bliss manufacturing, bliss fields, hunting stations, and so many more, which is great as it immerses you more into this world. However, the issue with the outposts is that most of them are just too easy. Unlike earlier installments, there is not much difference in terms of difficulty between the outposts. Hell, if you hover the outpost on the map, it will say nothing really. There is no difficulty on them. The classical approach is how early on in the game the ones closest to the start would often be ranked as easy, while the ones further away would be harder, and that became pretty much a difficulty system. But here there is no difficulty, which reduces this feeling of accomplishment and working towards something, and it makes it harder to know which place on the map you should be going to. But here you can do anything. And in this game it's frankly a little bit too much, because the map is filled with too many activities for you to do, which can easily overwhelm you and honestly burn you out. The other major change is how this is the first Far Cry game since 2 that has no experience meter whatsoever. This also changes the dynamic of outposts, as you no longer get huge XP bonuses when you take down an outpost undetected. The only difference now is that the amount of money is increased, and it's not nearly enough for me to care about the extra bonus. The incentive to take it down undetected is therefore reduced. You are also unable to replay the outpost if you wanna retry getting a better score. It is only unlocked if you have taken down each outpost by the end, which again, I'm not sure why they could not have added an option from Far Cry 4, which made it possible for the player to replay any single outpost. Instead, they reverted it back to how you can reset every outpost in Far Cry 3, but you can only reset every outpost, not a specific one. Also, what happened to the takedowns here? They have been censored if anything, and they have become a bonk meme. Where did the super visceral takedown from behind with a machete go? Like, look at the amount of melee weapons you can use in this game, yet they are only blunt weapons. Why are we not able to use a knife or a machete for a takedown? And I find it weird that it has been censored in a game which tackles subjects like torture, mind control, cannibalism, etc. Instead, what is this weak ass shit with punches? Like, look. How does this kill anyone? It's just not satisfying whatsoever, and I honestly never wanted to do takedowns because they just don't feel good anymore. And it's also the fact that takedowns no longer gives experience, so why would I do them? Takedowns such as death from above are worthless most of the time due to this, and there's no incentive to do chain takedowns, grenade takedowns. It's a shame really. I would say that the outposts this time around are much larger than before, which gives you more of a playground to maneuver around in. Also, there are many buildings with different levels for you to clear each one. One cool new thing is that whenever you liberate an outpost, there will be a short cutscene with a different theme depending on the region, where we will see the locals coming down to the location and starting to fix it up and make it go back to normal. And I love these small cutscenes. It's much better than any previous Far Cry game where your allies will just spawn there or drive there in some cars and then ask you to go and check the bulletin board, and that's it. They don't really feel alive, which is fixed in this game. I also love the speakers that are spouting propaganda, sermons, and some of these are actually quite great to listen to.
Men were killers. They were tenacious. They were strong. Now what are we? Passive, lazy, weak. Culture and technology hasn't improved us, it's brought us to our knees. If our ancestors could see us now, they would be ashamed. They would be sickened, and they would be angry. We have forgotten where we came from. We have forgotten who we are.
These also change depending on which region you are in. My favorite, of course, is Faith's sermons, as I just cannot get enough of the Bliss music theme, and it's just so soothing and calming. The detection system has also had a huge overhaul, as enemies are much more alert now, and I'm not sure if this is to compensate how utterly brainless the AI is in this game, because they will see dead bodies from a long distance and become alert. They also hear footsteps insanely well this time around, which makes no sense because there are a ton of people walking around and they are not on high alert. Also, this time around, when one enemy spots you or becomes alert, everyone becomes alert. So killing off one single guy coming to investigate is out of the question here. And I think this is a downgrade from previous titles in terms of the gameplay inside of the Outpost. But the Outpost themselves, the aesthetics, how they all have a function, you never stumble upon the same copy-paste Outpost, they're all different. It's the best in the series by far. So overall, the Outposts are interesting, but they're not challenging whatsoever. I love how unique they are, but the stealth system does not feel as good as in previous titles, and the lack of rewards from clearing them is heavily discouraged. So the Outposts are both better visually and tonally, but they are worse gameplay-wise. There are also, of course, a few cameos of characters from previous games, namely Willis, the CIA agent who helped both Jason and AJ. And yeah, it's the same old Willis, and it's too bad that he explains the stuff in the car, because Lord knows how much I know quests being explained in a car where I can't do anything, and they're oh so fun. It seems that Joseph's family has some dirt on the president and Willis needs to get it back, and in return he will help you with the cult problem. And after making it to the top of a watchtower, he explains that we need to follow a shopper without getting into conflict with it, and you don't have a wingsuit here. It's gonna be hard, as driving in the terrain and dodging trees is frustratingly difficult. You follow him to a safe house, which I failed for some reason, like... what? Did I get too close to the safe house because I was not spotted? Anyway, you tail him some more, then you kill him at a nearby house, you find a DVD in the bunker, and done is the quest. Willis is promoted and he pretty much betrays you.
Sir, I'm happy to report I got the tape. What's that? Are you kidding me, sir? Chief of Staff. I'd be honored. I'll be there in 12 hours. Sorry, kid. I've got bigger fish to fry, and this little bearded uprising is suddenly below my pay grade. The American way used to mean a deal was a deal, but we live in a new America now. I know you're wishing for a handout, but that's just how it is. Reminds me of something my grandmother used to say to me. Wish in one hand, shit in the other, and see which one fills up first. Ah, I miss her. See you around, kid.
What an asshole. The gameplay of Far Cry 5 can be described as total mayhem and frustration. The open world combat has never felt or been better, where any fight can potentially become deadly since enemies from planes, patrols and even armored patrols can suddenly all group up on you, which makes the world feel more alive than ever, and how any engagement could become out of control fast. The assortment of weapons in this game should be awesome, right? Since we are in America, land of the free, land of the brave, where a gun meme is made every other second, but no. It's actually quite bad here. Like, really bad. What is up with the lack of weapons this time around? If you wanted any game with the stereotype of having guns everywhere, it should have been here in the USA and Montana, yet the weapon assortment has never felt smaller this time around, and there are just way too many weapons that are samey or straight up copy-paste. No, actually, it's a disaster, because even if it looks like the shop has a ton of weapons, it's just an illusion, because there are so many duplicates, but the difference is only the color of them. Like, what? Why? This makes no damn sense, because in previous Far Cry titles you were able to customize your weapons with paints, but here they sell different weapons in different paints? Just look at these flamethrowers. They are the same. Are you serious? There are some weird requirements to buy weapons in this game, as some have the requirement to have a certain amount of resistance points in terms of each region having free to buy it, and then it's just too late into the game because these are just worthless, as you can already buy some of the strongest weapons from the get-go, and it feels like there is not much weapon progression in this game. And the butchering of melee weapons, as I mentioned earlier, they're all the same. Just small differences in stats, and why is the only assortment in melee weapons, bats, pipes and shovels? It's just comedy weapons. I miss the weapons we had in Far Cry 3 and 4. I have never played a Far Cry game where I felt like I was out of ammo all the time. I have no idea if the mag capacity is lower in this game and you need to upgrade all the perks for each weapon type. Is it because enemies take more bullets to kill this time around and how you must waste them on downed enemies? Or is it that you don't loot ammo from dead enemies, or that it's not lying around everywhere anymore? I personally can't nail it down, but something is up for sure. Oh wait, I know. Because in Far Cry 5, when you refill your normal ammo, you can't pick a specific ammo type that you only want to refill. No. You need to refill every ammo type and explosives. So if I just want to refill arrows, because that's mainly what I use, I can't. I have to waste money on all ammo types. And I think this is the reason why I felt like I had lost so much money, because I spent so much of it on ammunition, which I barely used. And you know what I think? I think this decision was intentional, as single-player games with a in-game cash up want the player to stay and play the game as long as possible, as that increases the chances of them buying something from the shop. And speaking of the in-game cash up, it's an insult to every Far Cry player because it lets you unlock any weapon in the shop with real-life cash. So it's basically pay to win now. I despise in-game cash ups. They should never be in single-player games, and just seeing these prices for premium currency and getting the so-called best deal is disgusting, and it should be called out for what it is. It's too bad that Ubisoft doubled down on this, since it's even in Far Cry New Dawn, which is not even a main installment, and of course it gets even worse in 6. Shame. Although it's fairly easy to gather money to buy weapons in this game, I don't think I have ever played another Far Cry game where I always felt that I lacked money. In 3 and 4, I was stacked from all the side content and looting to buy whatever I wanted, but here, I mostly feel poor all the time, And I don't think it's a coincidence, as every weapon can be unlocked with real money. So again, I think they intentionally reduce the amount of cash you get to incentivize you to buy it with real money instead. But hey, at least you can farm silver bars, which is the premium currency which you can use to unlock weapons, right? I got 50 after having played 20 hours of the game, and most stuff costs at least 400, so what the hell, Ubisoft? Oh, you can unlock anything by playing the game. I'm sorry, I'm not going to spend over 100 hours to just buy one single weapon. And you get these by looting saves. And you always have to keep this in mind. This store was not implemented at the end of the dev cycle. No. Everything in terms of enemy difficulty, how fast you get money, experience, perks, how much ammo you use, it all revolves around the in-game cash shop because Ubisoft wanted to make more money. The signature weapons, a staple for the franchise, are now up for grabs from the start of the game, since the requirements to buy them have been removed, compared to in 3 and 4, where you had to complete certain challenges to unlock these really strong weapons, but here you can just buy them at the start of the game, which totally messes up the rest of the weapons, as the signature weapons are clearly stronger. I loved working towards some of the most powerful weapons in Far Cry 3 and 4, and it was also the perfect incentive for the player to go and do side activities. But I think this was removed due to the interloping main story and side content, as you are already incentivized to do side content because that's how you progress the main story. What is my reward for clearing all the outposts? Nothing. How about taking out all the silos, wolf beacons and churches? Nothing. Except some XP and money. This creates such a repetitive gameplay loop, and it feels that whenever you are doing an activity, you are not working towards something, as nothing gives you experience points anymore, and most activities don't even reward you skill points. And in most of these, maybe you get a car or a costume when you finish all of them, but it's just, why do I want to finish all the outposts when there's no incentive for it and there's no reward at the end of it? I'm not being rewarded with a powerful weapon. I think it's a travesty, and it feels that I'm not being rewarded for my hard work. There are also different ammo types this time around, which honestly feels fairly useless because you unlock them so late into the game, as other perks are more essential, and basically by the time you already have the weapons that can deal with vehicles like a rocket launcher. Also, the fact that you need to manually reload your weapon whenever you change ammo type is a joke, because there is no way in hell I'm going to change ammo type for my LMG, which takes a ton of time to reload. Also, it makes it impossible to change ammo type in the middle of combat, which makes it even worse. Oh, and yeah, you need to manually buy each one of those, because you're not getting any of it when you replenish your normal ammo, so meh. Far Cry 5 tries to spice up things by throwing a ton of enemies at you, but there are no real threats here, and by threats I mean a singular enemy that will have you react like, oh shit, like the Heavy or Flamer from Far Cry 3 or Heavies in Primal. Hell, they even messed up the whole man versus nature feeling, you trying to survive in the wilderness, but that's not here because animals are a cakewalk this time around. And how can I ever take this seriously when an encounter with a bear, which is normally a difficult beast, gets killed off like this?
Paw Patrol headed your way. Better hurry.
In Far Cry 3 or Primal, I feared hearing a tiger, bear or rhino nearby, but here they're just bothersome. The actual gunplay of the game, it's serviceable, as bullets now have a travel time to them, which means you must line up the shot a little ahead of the target, which is cool and realistic. It's really satisfying shooting enemies in the body as you get this sound, but something feels off. I don't get the same satisfaction from killing enemies like I did in previous games, and it's hard to put my finger on it exactly what feels off, but I think it's the smaller details like the handling and something with the bow, because that you always have to hold down both the right and left trigger when you aim and draw the bow, and then you let off an arrow when you release the left trigger. But in this game there were so many shots that would just reset for me, and it totally threw me off, and I have no idea because there was never this same issue in previous games. The gun sounds feel weaker than ever, and enemies don't tend to stagger as much as in previous games where they would stop shooting when they are shot, and overall you don't tend to make any cool kills this time around since it's not an XP system for this game anymore. And the only reason you wanna do headshots this time around is because enemies will die faster. And when it comes to the chain takedowns, grenade takedowns, you don't get experience for it, but they are challenges which allow you to get more perk points if you finish them. Unfortunately though, when you are done with these challenges, there is no incentive to do these takedowns anymore. Oh, and there is no longer any marathon runner perk, which means you can't sprint forever. Also, a minor nitpick, but in previous Far Cry games, if you held down shift and sprinted for a short moment, you could let go of the shift button and you would still sprint. But here in Far Cry 5, if you even dare to remove your finger from the shift button, you will stop to run. Seriously, why change this when it already worked perfectly? Not that it matters too much, but it's just annoying. Why change something that was perfect? Oh yeah, and your character has pretty much zero stamina in this game, because you start to get winded within seconds. It's as if this game wants to force you to not travel on foot in this game and just instead use vehicles or your wingsuit. It's a change that never had to happen. It was already perfect in previous games. They have also changed the way health works now, as health bars are gone, and with it much of the healing animations, particularly the gruesome ones. Again, what is with this game removing all the edge from the gameplay, yet it has some of the most dark and serious storylines ever? The disconnect is just insane. There are also a ton of stunt missions scattered throughout the map called Clutch Nixons, where you either need to drive, fly or glide through rings of fire until you reach the end, and these are fun, and it's America, hell yeah.
June 19th, 1964. Clutch Nixon, the greatest stuntman in America, threw his best friend George Rye a weekend bachelor party that lasted 3 weeks. During the festivities, George made a bet that Clutch couldn't fly an airplane through a nearby ravine, while simultaneously bullseyeing every obstacle in his path.
But the rewards are lame, as you only get the money, some vehicles and some clothes, and it's just kinda lame. There are also some missions that will only appear when you reach a certain location. For example, the huge yes sign that you see in John's region, you can actually go there and destroy it. That's right, because when you get close to it, you will get a mission to destroy it. Now, if you destroy it while John is dead, you get a pretty lame message.
Good riddance to that fucking thing. Only shame is, John wasn't allowed to see it come down.
But if he's still alive, you get this, which even fleshes out John more as a sadist.
Now they're hitting back. When this little uprising is over, you'll rebuild that piece by piece. You'll work until your fingers are worn to the bone. And when you're done, I'll bury you beneath it.
There are also treasure hunts or prepper stashes, which is a decent addition to the game, as it provides the player with more skill points when you finish them, and these work more or less as treasure hunts or riddles. One, for example, takes you to a place which is locked up from the inside, and you need to grapple hook to the other side and then take a long, calculated sniper shot from afar and shoot open the door from the inside. And it's cool. because it makes you think, and it does not outright tell you what you need to do. In another, you are exploring the place where angels go to die in a deep cave system, where there are these sealed off places you need to destroy with dynamite, and the place crawls with angels which are scary as hell as they are lying on the ground playing dead, and they will just pop up. The best one, by far, is the horror mission treasure hunt, where you go into this abandoned house with a ton of jump scares, and it seems that a psycho set these up as he's using real corpses, and some of these got to me. And of course there are mannequins here. You end up at the attic with a phone ringing and you get a scary message. So overall, great. The prepper stashes are a good concept, however they tend to overstay their welcome because they just become redundant later on, as the concept is always the same and the handholding is too much. Because the concept is to get these clues from notes, but what is the point when you can just follow the quest marker telling you where to go? Far Cry 6 did fix this, where you actually have to think for yourself and figure out the solution, which is much better than here. Now, I said there is no real hunting in this game because there is no real crafting, but there are few missions where you need to kill evil monsters like the Judge Moose, the Puma and the Bear, where there is bliss all over the place and you bliss out. Just take the Killer Moose for example, where it has a huge health bar, but as always with wildlife you can always kite them or bug them out by standing on rocks. It will spawn copies of itself, spawn other animals, but yeah, use the MG and kill it. It's much faster. There's also a new fishing minigame which is implemented, and I swear, this new minigame could easily be its own fishing game, as the devs discovered that fishing was a huge cultural thing in Montana and they went all out with it, and the fishing has become a norm in every new Far Cry installment after 5. There are different types of lures and rods you can use, different types of fish, and it's probably the most in-depth fishing game in a non-fishing game. There are even some side missions tied to fishing. The fishing minigame is great, as you throw out a line and then you have to reel it back, and when a fish catches on, you need to balance reeling it in, as the thread has 3 colors, green, yellow and red. And the more the thread becomes strained, the more reddish it becomes, and will eventually snap if you keep on reeling. And you need to tire out the fish by pulling your rod in different directions from where the fish is moving. And this system is quite hard at the start, but eventually you will figure it out that it's honestly quite a fine side activity. And when you catch a new fish type, you also get perk points, so that's nice. Far Cry 5 has also done massive overhauls to the crafting and skill system. Well, crafting does not really exist anymore, as you don't hunt any animals to craft stuff anymore, as the skill tree has been replaced by perks, and you earn them from challenges and treasure hunts, and the arcade mode. The only thing you can really craft are explosives and drugs.
I'm fast as fuck, boy.
But that's it. Some people like the new skill system, however, I can't say I'm a particular fan of it, as it feels that many skills from previous games have been removed, and the new ones are frankly pretty darn boring. Like, why would I pay 7 skill points to buy the perks so I can set up a car to explode? Also, there is an even bigger upgrade to it, as you can also booby trap a car so that it will explode in its next collision. I just wonder, when would you ever use any of these perks? It feels pretty useless, as when you're taking an outpost, enemies are not close to cars, it's not stealthy, and it's not something you do in active combat, so why are these even perks? So instead of, crafting ammo bags, which lets you hold more ammo, it's now divided into perks. A lot of perks, like, look at this. You want me to spend 8 to 9 points? That's a lot of points, just for some extra ammo capacity, and it's maybe not even the type I want, and it's not overall everything, it's just a certain type. There is no fun in this. Something like this should be unlocked by playing side content or be normal skills in a skill tree. These are not satisfying at all to spend skill points on. Now, the difference between this perk point system and the skill tree is more or less that you can more or less pick and choose any perk you want to unlock at the start, pretty much anyone, compared to Far Cry 3 and 4 and Primal, where you had to actually get more deeper into the game and progress the story to unlock more skill points that are otherwise unavailable. So at least it gives you more freedom, I suppose. For me, all of this comes off especially weird, since Far Cry Primal probably had the largest skill tree in the series after 3. You have 40 unlockable skills or perks in Far Cry 5. I do not count the companion revive perks as they are just copy-paste. Far Cry 3 had 53. Primal had 80 skills to choose from. So we are removing a ton of skills for some reason, and the cost on some of these are a joke. And the mechanics of some perks are just plain weird, because some doors can be unlocked via lockpicking, which is a perk now of course, and you can either use the skill on doors or safes, but doors can be unlocked by finding the correct keycard or another way in, and the safe can be opened by using a blowtorch. So again, what's the point of having lockpicks here? Why am I paying skill points to unlock stuff like the wingsuit? The skill tree just feels unnatural compared to previous installments, where in 3 you upgraded Jason and you saw that each time you upgraded something the Tatao grew larger, and it also symbolized the more Jason kills the stronger he becomes, and how the jungle is taking more control over him. It's a perfect system, one of the best I have ever seen. Primal let Takar learn skills from other Wenya, as he can't learn everything on his own, thus he needs others' expertise. But here it's just there for no rhyme or reason. It's just there. Now, something really weird that I have noticed when I have watched through other retrospectives or reviews of this game is that people say that they never lacked any perk points and they only just play the game. And I call bullshit on that. Because I have done nearly 90% of all the challenges and most treasure hunts, yet I have still not fully unlocked the perk tree. Again, it truly feels like Far Cry 5 is more of an RPG game with this system, and it's just too similar to Assassin's Creed Origins, which they for sure took a lot of inspiration from. This reminds me of when EA told BioWare after the success of Dragon Age Origins and Mass Effect 1 to make their sequels more action-orientated, with less focus on their RPG, to try and gain a more casual audience. It's as if Ubisoft is streamlining all of their games to be very similar to each other. I'm not a fan of that. And one of the most annoying things with this new challenge system is the fact that you constantly, and I mean constantly, need to bring up that menu to see your progression, how many perk points you get from certain challenges, and the system is confusing as there are 4 categories and you need to scroll pretty deep to find what you are looking for. Like, maybe if Ubisoft had any brains, they would let you maybe mark 3 to 5 of these challenges and have them show up on the screen on the side so you can track how much progression you have on each of them, so you don't have to enter the menu every time you want to see how far in you are on them. And here's the thing, this is not a real skill system. This is an achievement run. Like, what the hell? Unlocking more weapon slots actually costs points, and they are locked behind the requirement of taking down one of the seed members. What the hell? I have to play 1/3 of the game to unlock the 4th weapon slot. That's insanity. And it just feels so limiting. The system from Far Cry 3 and 4 are to this day the best systems, as the games actually rewarded your effort of doing side content to craft larger bags and weapon holsters by skinning rare animals, which are sorely needed here. And I tend to be an addict when it comes to finishing side content before continuing on with the main story. Hell, I even had the Ripper and one of the best snipers before I met Vaz again in one of the first missions in Far Cry 3. Because I'm just addicted to side content. But this would no longer be possible in Far Cry 5 as the devs had another idea. The main goal of the devs was to make a game that did not interfere with the player's experience and how the players should be able to play how they want without interruption. For example, how in previous games there were either side missions, activities, or main missions. It was up for you to choose. So in Far Cry 5, they tried to smash all of these together as they wanted the main missions and side content to feel seamless. But at the same time, they added a mechanic. And this is probably the most hated mechanic in Far Cry history, besides the malaria pills, where you will forcibly be kidnapped 8 times throughout the game. And that's pure insanity. And I really don't understand why they created this mechanic instead of a quest where you walk into an ambush or you get captured like in previous games. I mean, come on dude. You say one of the main goals is to give the player total freedom after the prologue to do whatever they want. No, I think it's the most intrusive game mechanic I have ever witnessed because it forces the players to play the main story. So this is how it works. Whenever you reach a certain threshold on the resistance meter, with Faith, John or Jacob, they will send out their men to track you down, and they have bliss bullets. And if you are hit once, you are forced into a main mission and cutscene, and you can try to run away from these people, you can try to hide, but they will find you. Even if you are in a plane, you will get shot and transported to the main mission. There is no escape. Joseph has also made sure that you are not to be killed, which means you pass out, and I guess we should go back to the main story now. Overall, this is an awful system. So, you wake up in a bunker with John and... what was her name again? Let me check the Wikipedia. Hudson. And my god, John just enjoys all of this a little bit too much. I actually searched on Google for the power of yes, and lo and behold, a ton of book with the same catchphrase. And I wonder if this was the inspiration for John's speeches about the power of yes.
Parents were the first ones to teach me about the power of yes. One night they took me into the kitchen and they threw me on the ground, and I experienced pain after pain after pain after pain. And when I didn't think I could take any more, I did. Something broke free inside. I wasn't scared, I was clear. I looked up at them. I started to laugh. All I could say was, yes.
It's an interesting dialogue since this is not uncommon. Childhood traumas continues throughout adult life, and how these traits are now part of his personality. How he was physically punished by his parents and now does the same thing to others. But also that something snapped in John after being punished so severely one day that he started to say yes to everything. And this happened while he was laughing and probably started to enjoy it. He's a masochist, and he wants others to feel what he's feeling. And that's where the sadist part comes in, as he enjoys inflicting the pain upon others. But it's more complicated, as he's trying to force his own worldview on others through physical punishment. And even Joseph is against this type of conversion, as it's too brutal. And seeing as John's deadly sin is sloth, Even though it's crossed out on his chest, it kinda comes back from time to time. And sloth as a deadly sin is often seen as, you're being lazy, you don't wanna do anything with your life and you're just lying around. But it can also be that he is not diligent in his work and he takes shortcuts, and instead he tortures people for his own pleasure instead of God's will with no love. Of course he wants others to feel the way he felt when he was beaten by his parents. It's sick, but he thinks that by confessing your sins, it's something great. Pain is something good and something which is necessary to reach enlightenment. He also sees pain as a necessity to the truth, because anyone will say anything to get their way, but saying it and getting their flesh ripped off, now that's a commitment to what you're saying. So yeah, so you get two choices here. You can either say yes or no. It doesn't matter, the end product is the same. If we say no, he will start to chimp out and start swearing, which none of the other seeds really do. And in a rage he tilts over the work desk. Since it's a confession, you need to be alone, so he rolls Hudson out of the room. But if you say yes, he will be happy that you are finally accepting the power of yes.
Go first.
Yes. Yes!
You're not gonna regret this. I promise. Now, before we begin, I think it's only proper that Deputy Hudson goes back to her room. Confessions are meant to be private, after all.
He goes away with Hudson long enough for you to roll down the stairs and break the chair, because of course. And you need to find Deputy Hudson. But all of your weapons are taken away, classic Far Cry mission. Every single game, my dude. As Scout would always say. After making it to Hudson, John is locked in with her behind a blast door, so you have no way of getting in there. He also tells us that our sin is wrath as we killed everything around us and how we are looking for violence wherever we go. But are we worse than others, really? Is he gonna make that comment when he has inflicted so much pain upon others? Oh well. We need to escape the bunker, as in 1/3 it's going... Wait, what's actually happening here? Did he put the bunker on self-destruct? Reinforcements? I'm confused. We escape the bunker and now it's time to fully take control over John's region as the resistance grows. He's losing more territory, which provokes John into a move of desperation as he takes over False End and kidnaps all of our allies that we have gathered in this region. Well, the important ones at least. The ones with names. So we make it there, and yeah, they even rolled out the red carpet for him, and how they're already changing the decor in the church to fit his religion more. And once inside we get, shocker, we are ambushed and knocked out.
If Muhammad won't come to the mountain, then bring the mountain to Muhammad. Let's begin!
At least John was nice enough to tattoo us while we were knocked out. I much prefer Dennis' method of giving us the tattoo over this, and you can see that John is eccentric over this. It's interesting how his method is that your sin must be visible for the world to see. The others are also to confess their sins, as Nick Rye has a tattoo, namely greed, on his chest, and Jerome has already had his flesh and sin taken away. Well, they knock out his Bible from his hands and they give him instead Joseph's book. And while being knocked down after refusing to give the sermon, he picks up his own Bible, and if you paid attention to earlier details, you know that it's time for some action. Too bad about Nick though.
Will you, Nick Ryan?
Oh, fuck that. No, I ain't never given in to that psychopath.
There it is. Greed. Always thinking of yourself. Nick?
Yes. Yes, I will, Tom.
I still wondered what he whispered in his ear, but it was probably how he threatened his family and newborn baby, which made him atone, as this was no longer about himself and instead about others. So John cuts out his flesh and nails it to the wall, and I think he just orgasmed.
It's the power of yes! The power to take away your sins! The power to set you free.
Again, the man is a sadist, true and real. And now it's our turn, and he wants you to put your hands on the Bible. Jerome really wants you to take the Bible and do what he says. And we will say yes. John's ear is shot off and all hell breaks loose. Still, I wonder what they were doing, as they had all the weapons and even AKs, yet they run away at first sight when we have one pea shooter. We need to secure the church and later go with Nick to John Seed's ranch, but on the way we will be met by roadblocks, trucks, airplanes, everything in between. Once at the ranch, you need to board a plane, and yeah, the boss fight is actually quite unique, as John has taken to the skies and you must follow him in a plane. But I highly recommend that you have the perk Auto Repair, which makes it much easier, as the plane will repair itself slowly, because if your plane takes damage, it's going to start to malfunction early on, and in the end it will just crash. Nick Rye offers to help you, and yeah, you can actually call him in. That's really cool. Just don't fly close to him, because yeah. At least the autosave system is great, as I spawn in the plane again and John is still flying around. But this time he has help. Wait, what happened to my plane? Now I can't control it and it's spinning towards the ground.
Pathetic. Are you gonna run again? The Father gave you a chance for salvation and you threw it away. Look at what you have done.
What just happened? I must be playing this fight badly, because I don't remember struggling that hard with this fight in earlier playthroughs. Regardless, I jump out of the plane, and this is actually pretty cool, as you can fight John while you are on the ground. You don't even need a plane, so it's actually easier to just get into a MG and blow him out of the air. So John crashes his plane, and you must now follow him as he parachuted out. And you need to pick up the keys from his corpse. And he will try to call for reinforcements, and when he hit the ground... Wait, I don't remember him running. Oh yeah, god damn, John Seed is really running for his money here, because he starts in a plane, then uses a parachute, runs towards a car and drives away. Like, holy damn, that's a desperate man. So we shoot him and the car just kinda bugged out here. The last cutscene with John is amazing.
What if Joseph is right? Did you ever stop to think about that? Everyone thinks he's crazy, but he's not. Look around you. This world is on the brink. You can feel it in your bones. Look at the headlines. Look who's in charge. You want this key? Because you think you're saving people, but they are already safe. We had a plan. You don't understand. You don't believe. You don't care! May God have mercy on your soul.
He actually starts to ask some crazy questions like, what if Joseph is right about the end of the world? And yeah, he complains about the modern world as we have lost our faith. Look at who is in the office right now. the newspapers, and that the cult had a plan. Also, people really misrepresent what he's saying here. People think he's talking about our world, like Trump being in charge, how we are building walls and all of the horrors of the world that we read in the newspapers, but no, he's talking about the in-game world in Far Cry 5, where there is no Trump. And this becomes abundantly clear if you listen to some radio messages, but I won't go into detail about that until the end. So with this, you would think that we are done, right? Not really, as we still have a bunker to destroy and we need to save Hudson. But again, why? We know absolutely nothing about her. I have never had such low motivation to save someone. People complain about Jason's friends in Far Cry 3 not having any character development. Yeah, Far Cry 5 does it way worse. So these bunkers are the closest to the fortresses that 4 and Primal had, which were pretty much like ordinary outposts, just much bigger and much harder, which posed a challenge even to the most veteran Far Cry player. But I'm gonna be honest, the bunkers suck. Too many enemies, there's no freedom of movement, there's only one direction you can go in, and overall they just feel really scripted. It also feels like these missions are out of sync with the main story, as this feels like something you would do before confronting the Seeds, not something afterwards, because taking down John felt like the real end to his region. The bunker run just ruins the tempo. Oh, and guess what? Hudson managed to free herself, so we did not need to save her at all. Because, of course. And yeah, she also tries to kill you because she can't see it's you, drama. Now, I thought this scene was kinda cringe and melodramatic, but that's because I did not listen to a certain dialogue which is played around Outpost, I think, or over a radio somehow, but it reveals exactly why Hudson behaved like she did when you came to save her. Now, trigger warning, by the way, because this dialogue is really damn gruesome. If you don't want to hear it, skip to this timestamp.
Though their sins are great, their souls are not beyond saving. All they must do is confess. Are you ready, Deputy Hudson?
Go fuck yourself.
I know. Opening yourself, exposing your darkest secrets can be challenging. It can be scary, but this is a safe space. There's no judgment here. Do you wish for me to hear your confession?
Go fuck yourself.
That's not the magic word. Do you wish for me to hear your confession? You just have to say yes.
Go fuck yourself.
Do you wish to confess?
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Embrace it. Embrace the power of yes!
Please stop! Please stop! Please stop! Please.
Do you wish to confess?
Yes.
There. That wasn't so hard, was it?
This also tells us how much of a piece of shit John really was, and how he probably, to a certain extent, used the cult to facilitate his own sin and pleasure, as he is free to torture anyone. But also the fact that Joseph came to just look at Hudson, and he didn't do anything about it. He could have saved her, but he didn't. So now you need to free the other captives with Hudson. Enemies in the way, blah blah blah, and of course we can only free one group at a time because padding. At least we get a cool sequence of us climbing the walls inside a nuclear silo, where we need to manually shoot down platforms for us to climb on. We get inside the control room where we need to destroy all the consoles, then climb the silo again, then destroy all the bliss containers. Yeah. As you can see, this is getting way too dragged out. But now we need to escape the bunker by activating a hatch to get out, and there are a ton of enemies and we need to wait until the hatch opens, which is really slow, but then a helicopter comes above us and we can get out, and we get a huge explosion in the background and a neat unique cutscene with everyone celebrating the fall of John Seed. There's also an extra cutscene where you talk with some people at the bar, and I'm sorry but this dialogue is just plain boring and forgettable as these people are so damn basic. Thank the Lord, because our boy Joseph pops in having a eulogy.
A seal has been opened. My brother John was loved by few, feared by many, misunderstood by all, except me. John was not born a monster. He was just a child when our family was torn apart. He was loving, kind, and full of joy. He was easily preyed upon. John was not perfect. And sometimes he was not even good. But he was my brother. And those responsible for his death will be punished. I promise you that.
And yeah, he's talking directly to you, not your character, but you behind the screen. And he gives some interesting details regarding how another seal has been opened, like the ones he talked about at the start of the game. But more importantly, he talks about John, how he used to just be a happy kid and how he was just misunderstood, though Joseph also threatens that all of those involved with killing him will be punished. John is overall a great antagonist. He was charismatic, able to go from totally calm to outbursts of anger in an instant, quite similar to Pagan and Vaz. Yet from what I have seen, he seems so often to be forgotten when discussing the Seed antagonist. Well, except if it's who is the hardest Seed family member, because he always wins that. But I can see why most people kinda forget him, and it's because most of his missions are just that, forgettable. The cutscenes with him are great, but it's the missions that are just boring and forgettable compared to Jacob's and Faith's quests, and none of John's stick out here. There is no huge mission here, and I wish they gave John's missions some more love and structure. John was a product created from trauma. He was only a child when all of this happened to him. He used to be happy when he was young, but after that beating by his parents, he changed for the worse. There is an argument to be made if John can be excused of his behavior due to his past, but I don't think so, as there are many other people who had just as worse or even a worse childhood than John, yet they did not walk the same path as John. John simply gave in to his own desires and sins, rather than trying to keep it inside or control it. Also, from listening to the audio tape regarding what he did with Hudson and Nick Rye, he kinda deserved to die. The main problem was probably how Joseph gave John the chance in the first place to unleash his own personal desires, as I can only imagine what he was like when he was normal before joining the cult. There is also one last thing. There is one hidden voice message from Joseph to John which you can find at the Seed Ranch, which predicts John's fate.
After all the atonements, all the confessions, all that you've done for me and Eden's Gate, it's not enough. Is it, John? Cast away your past. You need to open up your heart. You need to see that there is more love all around you. All the pain and suffering you spread will not help us in the long run. These actions will only feed the sin inside you. It will grow stronger. It will convince you to do wicked things. Those you scar too deeply, they will heal. They will become carriers of your sin. They will spread that sin to others. I've seen your death in a vision. You're destined to be slayed by your own sin. It will come back around in a new form. It's only a matter of when. I've seen you die young. I've seen you die old. The difference between the two outcomes is how much love you let into your heart. I pray that you hear these words before it's too late. I want to see you become an old man in the paradise we prepared for. I love you, brother. I love you.
And it's true that he never fully came to terms with his own sin and instead kept forcing it upon others, and how he could never truly love others and therefore he would die young instead of old. And it's actually kinda interesting that by tattooing wrath on our body, he forced his sin upon us, and then we, wrath, killed him for it. So it ended up just like Joseph said it would, and it's quite amazing how great some of these smaller details can be in this game, and that many people probably don't even get this message. Well, now that we have liberated John's region, I think it's time to go up into the mountains for the older seed brother Jacob, and only you can bring him to justice. Jacob is another interesting character who is the family's ex-military veteran who trains the Peggies so they will be able to survive the upcoming apocalypse. Jacob himself was a soldier during the Gulf War and has some real luggage coming back to the States. One significant change from John's region is that there are also new enemy types here, which are the judges, brainwashed wolves, which we even do a side quest to analyze. Why it's only a side quest? I don't know. But as with John, you need to fill the resistance meter to a certain perimeter and you will once again be shot with a bliss bullet and taken to meet Jacob for the first time, and it's a great introduction. You meet one of the lost deputies who is tying you to a chair in front of a huge screen which depicts some really gruesome pictures depicting death, wolves, prey, predator, kill, hunt, basic instincts. But here comes Jacob.
The world is weak, soft. We have forgotten what it is to be strong. You know, our heroes used to be gods. And now our heroes are godless, weak, feeble, diseased. We let the weak dictate to the powerful, and then we are shocked to find ourselves adrift. But history knows the value of sacrifice, of culling the herd so that it stays strong. Over and over, the lives of the many have outweighed the lives of the few. This is how we survived, and we've forgotten. And now, the bill has come due.
At first, he might resemble the kind of person who says that society is something weak and soft and how back in my day we used to be a strong nation. You know, aka the meme weak men create weak times. When in reality, they themselves are completely idiotic and they are the so-called weak men, even though they think they are the strong ones. But he's a Darwinian who believes humanity must become strong to survive the upcoming apocalypse and how the weak will die. But Jacob is not a leg-grifter looking to steal your money from Hustle University. He actually 100% believes in this mindset, and it's understandable why. He wants to cull the herd to kill off the weak so the strong can remain. And this idea has been implemented before in history, for example how the Spartans used to let infants who were deemed weak die so society could stay strong. He plays a tune from a music box, which will happen a ton. Now, why we act like this, even though we are exposed to the tune for the first time, I don't know. But it seems that there is some bliss involved, as you can see the bliss shine around you, which appears every time you are affected by it. So we get a pretty cool gameplay sequence where we are transported to a alternative dimension or something like a dream, where we start off in the same room as before, but it has a different lighting here, and we are tasked to kill the herd as we pick up a revolver and we have to kill the others in the room who were also strapped to chairs. There's a red filter where you need to keep on moving to a new section, and in each new section you get a new weapon. For example, here you are provided a SMG. You don't need to kill everyone you see, but you get additional time added to the timer depending on your kill, where headshots gives the most extra time, as it rewards you for more brutal kills. But you need to push forward to the next room where you are provided a shotgun, and this whole section is played while only you is playing in the background. And this continues on and on until you fall down a tunnel and everything fades to black. You have no idea how long you have been out for, but it seems that this is the local resistance called the Whitetails, which have been opposing Jacob up here in the mountains, and they want to bring you back to their camp as they know who you are.
Are you out of your fucking mind?
Now hold on, Weedy and I agreed.
Oh, you agreed!
Whoa, I was at best an impartial observer.
This is stupid. And this is dangerous. You both know better.
What was I supposed to do?
Leave him to die.
Tammy.
They've been in that room for God knows how long. I've seen what it does to people. You haven't. You can't trust this one.
That's what everyone said about you. But luckily, I didn't listen. This is not up for discussion. We need him. That's all there is to it. Understand?
I wonder what they have seen before that happens to Jacob's previous victims. But for now, you are accepted into the Whitetails, and Eli wants us to help them by saving some nearby hostages at the visitor center. And really, this is a main quest? It's a Guardian Angel quest. Yeah, the issue is simply that if you would play Jacob's section first, this would be the first time this type of mission structure would present itself to you. But for me, who have already done several side quests and main missions in John's region, which was the exact same thing, it means that this mission structure is becoming ridiculously repetitive. And again, it's due to the fact that each region is pretty much a reset, and it's unsynced with a main storyline. After dispatching all the enemy soldiers and saving the hostages, they want us to move to a nearby tunnel to save some more people. So the cool thing about this mission is that it lets you tackle it in what way you want, as you can either go in guns blazing through the main door, or you can climb to the mountainside and sneak in from behind, which I went with, since we needed these hostages alive. Jacob is not that impressed by the Whitetails though. In this region there are also wolf beacons that you can destroy. I did not talk about them in John's region, but there are different buildings you can blow up to gain extra resistance points. These are all different in the 3 regions, as in John's you blow up silos which host the material to make the bliss and explosives. In Faith's region we destroy chapels, which is converting people by using the bliss, as it's also the Angel's pilgrimage. And here in Jacob's region we destroy wolf beacons, which are used to attract wolves by playing animal prey sounds. The cult captures these wolves and turns them into judges. They are just some bigger and more aggressive wolves, that's it. Now, the process of destroying these beacons around the map is fun, at first. For example, in Faith and John's region, these ones are easily spotted when using an airplane, since they're often in high places, or they're just easy to spot due to their red color. But here in Jacob's region, they are much more difficult due to the thick forest, which makes it next to impossible to find them from the sky, and it's almost easier to just run around and listen to the sounds they make. But after a lot of time, I managed to track them down, finish the quests. But guess what? I was not even nearly done, because the quest giver gives me the quest to destroy 5 more. So after starting to take over some more territories from Jacob, he sends out the judges to come after us, and you know what that means.
Yeah, Deputy. If it were up to me, you would have been dead a long time ago. But Joseph has other ideas. He wants to talk to you, so that's what you're gonna do. Don't worry, my hunters will bring you to him. Ah, shit! He's coming for you again, kid! You better be careful. Those hunters could be anywhere.
One flame went down just over there. Our scouts say that the cargo spilled.
And that's bullshit. I was not even hit by anything. Like, it's so damn scripted sometimes. So, after waking up... Seriously, the deputy must be sleeping half the game by this point. We wake up in a cell with another person who is giving us some water. The other deputy from the sheriff's office is going pretty crazy.
One of you will be strong. Not again.
Yeah, your peaches.
And you can tell that Jacob is in control of his mind, or rather he has been conditioned like a dog. It's as if Jacob is the alpha and the deputy is the beta, always looking down on the ground when Jacob is around, and being aggressive towards others who are seemingly below him. Yeah, Jacob is ruling his men like it's a hierarchy for wolves. But hey, at least Joseph has come to grace us himself with his presence, as it gives us some backstory regarding his own loss, as he wants you to understand what it feels like to be tested by God, and that you need to sacrifice something to be enlightened. I will skip this section and talk about it later when I talk more in depth about Joseph as a character, as this does not have much relevance to the Jacob section. So Jacob plays the music box again and we bliss off to the same room where we once again shoot, kill in the same manner as before with no difference. Or at least that's what you would think, as this time the tunnel you went down in before extends and you start to fight in a new location with a LMG, where you kill off a doll-like person at the end, and as before we wake up completely drugged, but it seems like what the other deputy sheriff said, that only one can survive, as the others beside you were also shot and they were in the same cage that you were in, and you kill them. So Jacob is literally and figuratively culling the herd, as you were the most powerful one of that group and therefore you deserved and ultimately ended up living. We continue to wreck more of Jacob's operations throughout Whitetail Mountains, destroying more wolf beacons, finding out more information regarding the process of making judges, and we continue to destroy infrastructure by taking over more outposts. So once again, bliss bullets, you know the drill. Oh man, they really did the Game of Thrones thing here. You know how Ramsay tortures Theon both physically and mentally, and how he has so much control over him that he would never betray Ramsay. He lets him even shave his neck with a knife without killing him, you know. Yeah, I see what you're doing. Jacob actually opens up about himself here, as he starts to talk about civilization would break down in only 10 days, as when people get hungry, especially people who has never been hungry before, would go crazy and lose all of their humanity and going back to their primal state. And he does make a great point, as we go completely feral when we are offered food, as we have been starved for a few days. He tells you more about himself, how he's a veteran from the first Gulf War in Iraq, being stranded behind enemy lines 200 miles from the nearest safe zone in a desert, which is a death sentence. Now, like many things in the game, this is also based on an event taken from the Bible, namely the temptations of Jesus as he walked in the desert for 40 days, how the devil tried to tempt him 3 times, the first being to create bread out of stones to feed him, to jump from a high cliff and rely on angels to break his fall, and the last one which was to worship the devil and Jesus would become king of the world.
Well, by the 3rd day I knew we were lost. Day 6, ran out of water. You know what that's like, don't you? Difficult to swallow. On the 7th day, Miller's legs started going all wonky. Did you know your brain starts to eat your muscles in order to survive? That's why you're so goddamn skinny. And by the 8th day, the wolves were closing in. And I looked at Miller and I could tell we were as good as dead. And I accepted that. And in that acceptance came clarity. You see, I wasn't just looking at Miller. I was looking at an opportunity. And it wasn't something I wanted. It was something that I had to do. It was my test. You see, Miller's sacrifice wasn't about me walking out of that desert. It was about bringing me here. The weak have their purpose. You'll understand that soon enough.
The interesting part here is that Jacob ignored the last 2 and fell for the first test as he saw an opportunity to survive and ate his friend. And this ultimately meant that Jacob failed the trial by God as he succumbed to his own animalistic urges, which would also be seen as gluttony, and how that is his personal sin. Like how John had sloth. I remember in the biblical version that it was the devil that tempted Jesus, hence Jacob lost to the devil's influences. You can truly understand why Jacob behaves the way he does. He has probably told himself that eating the other guy was a necessity to survive, but he probably feels a lot of guilt and probably some heavy PTSD. But he has instead made this experience his whole philosophy, how only the strong can survive and the weaker gets cold. Oh yeah, Jacob is played by Mark Pellegrino, who played Lucifer in Supernatural. Nothing important, I just want to mention it. He once again plays from the music box and we get another kill 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 sequence, which is just like the previous one with minimal changes, and okay. 3rd time now, Ubisoft, you are getting sloppy here with this mission structure. But we are suddenly waken up by the sheriff's deputy and he wants to help us escape. I guess he was not totally brainwashed. As I mentioned earlier how he behaved towards people below him, he sees himself higher in the hierarchy and is much more aggressive towards them as they should know their place. But that means that you are strong enough, as you have survived all the trials so far, and how you can help him escape. He sees you as an alpha, or maybe that you and him together can take down Jacob, as is normal in nature that 2 people lower in the hierarchy from the alpha groups up and takes him down together. Seriously, it's really normal in the animal kingdom. Overall, he seems to just be a coward as he starts to spout some random shit regarding the trials you have been doing, how it's all planned, and how it's all gotten into your head that you are ready for the final mission, how 1, 2, 3 shoot has been conditioned into your brain. But what for, we don't know yet, and we need you to escape as Jacob is about to trigger said plan. Wait a minute. No, really, they actually straight up copied Reek from Game of Thrones. This is exactly what happens. He's too cowardice to help Sansa, but he helps her escape Ramsay, who tortured him. Oh, come on, Far Cry, you seriously copied Game of Thrones beat by beat? I don't know if I can call that a genius move or a lazy move. Well, the difference here though is that the deputy is unable to escape with you as the speakers goes off and they know that we are trying to escape and they start to play the song in the speaker, so he pushes you off on top of a outgoing truck, which is not stopping for some reason as the alarm goes off, and he should know it's an escape attempt and not hearing something thud on top of the truck. I don't know, man, seems a little too good to be true. We wake up outside on top of the truck and the Peggy taking a break, so kill him and mission finished. Jacob is not pleased with you escaping and says that he can have you back anytime he wants.
You managed to escape for a little bit, but whenever I want, I can have you back here with me. But you've got time to play your little games. I'll let you know when it's time to come home.
But not yet, as it's time to truly push Jacob's rule towards the end, as we liberate most of the outposts in the region until he once again gets us with a bliss bullet. And we are transported back to, yay, another scene in jail, what a twist. The music box is within your reach until Jacob comes back, and yeah, you bet your ass he left it there intentionally just to mock you. And yeah, for the 4th time now, we play the same scene. Jesus Christ. But in a stroke of pure genius, this repetitiveness was designed this way, because look who we kill at the end. Now, this is actually something really damn amazing as to what Ubisoft did here, because I don't think any other game has created such a simulation to make use of the player's trigger habits, because the enemy placement is the same each time, which makes you able to predict where the next enemy is going to be, which means you're going to become more effective each run as you are slowly being conditioned to respond to a certain stimuli, just like the song, and our character in the game. We are being stimulated to kill anything that moves in a certain pattern over and over again until it becomes automatic. It's amazing because it's only through a video game that you can actually create something like this.
The human brain is a fascinating thing. Once you start poking around in there, it's surprising what you get it to do under the right circumstances. You're familiar with the term classical conditioning, right, Deputy? It's when a conditioned stimulus, say a song, leads to a reflective response. In this case, to train, to kill, to sacrifice.
Jacob is all about calling the weak and making you strong, which you have become, but the way he conditioned you was the exact way like Pavlov and his experiments did with dogs, and he used positive reinforcement. For example, just take a look and listen to the positive encouragement he gives you whenever you kill people or when you are moving fast through the stage. You know when you train a dog to learn a new trick or a new trigger word, you repeat it and the dog does it. And when the dog does it, you give it a treat or a reward or maybe positive comments like, "Oh, you're such a good boy," and maybe some petting, which reinforces this to the dog as it will start to associate good behavior, following instructions, listening to commands to feeling good, which is exactly what happens here, as each time you kill an enemy with a headshot, you get extra time on the timer, which further encourages you to be more pin focused on killing an enemy efficiently. It's almost like the clip with the bear that dances in plain sight when you have been told to focus on the basketballs. It's so damn genius. The timer that's counting down is also brilliant because it forces us to move fast and not stay around and think for ourselves. Instead, we just listen to our basic instincts. Because we lose if the counter goes down to 0, so we are always moving forward, and adding to that, we get extra time when we kill people and when we do headshots. God, these missions with Jacob were so well thought out. And one thing I don't think most people noticed, because I sure as hell didn't, is that in last run, when you kill the soldiers before Eli in the bunker, they don't disappear this time into smoke, like they did in previous runs, and we don't even notice it because we're so conditioned to just killing because the clock is ticking down and the only thing we think about is kill, 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 move, 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 whatever moves and moves towards us. And I bet there are probably some people who did not shoot Eli at the end because they noticed him, but for many people, they were just ready to shoot and kill the moment they saw a figure, as is the nature of an FPS game. We don't see or think about the consequences when we line up a shot, it's all about being trigger happy. There are also further changes between each level, like when you enter the hospital wing each time, the first time it says train as you are training for your objective, the second time it says hunt, and what runs just in front of us, a white-tail deer, as we are hunting the white-tail militia. The third time it's kill, and a wolf runs by you as you are the wolf running after the white-tail to kill it, and also how you have mastered the training and now it's time to hunt and then kill Eli. And it's no coincidence that it's a wolf that runs past you as you are the wolf hunting the deer, and because wolves and dogs are probably the most famous animals when it comes to conditioning, you are actually reverting back to your primal senses like a wolf, and the last one is sacrifice. And these messages are also on the wall at the end when you kill the puppet or Eli as he's the sacrifice. And this truly elevates Jacob as an antagonist because before he was just honestly a bit melodramatic if anything. Hands down, one of the best sequences in gaming psychology, and all of this was in a Far Cry game. Whoever designed this section, get yourself a cookie, because gold star to you. I just hope that more games will create more of these sequences because only gaming can do this.
Only you could make this world seem right. Only you can make the darkness right. Only you. Hey, only you could have gotten this close. Only you could have earned his trust. It was always only ever you. Good work. You did it. You passed your test. You made your sacrifice. But now, you're alone. And you're weak. And we know what happens to the weak. I call the herd. It's what I do. I'll be outside waiting for you.
Now, how Jacob is able to stop time and speak to you, I have no idea. I guess he put in a trigger word inside of our mind that whenever we finish this mission that these words would come to mind as he has repeated them to us for I don't know how many times now. I wonder for the longest time what Jacob meant by passing the tests, but more importantly, the sacrifice. But then it came to me. It was Eli, because in order to change or become stronger, you have to sacrifice something. Just like Jacob did when he had his revelation out in the desert where he killed and ate his friend. He managed to force his beliefs and sins on us. Now the reason why I would not connect with this is quite simple, as it kinda ruins the whole story with Jacob and his conditioning and the dramatic payoff, because we don't really care about Eli whatsoever. He has barely been in the story, he's not an interesting character, and I think I speak for most when I say that no one felt anything for him when we killed him. Imagine if this was a character we bonded with and really liked. The realization of what we just did would have been several times more impactful. Instead, this was just kinda like shooting a named NPC. Actually, kinda fun that no one really knows us and we have no real friends prior to the game's start. Imagine if this was a childhood friend or something. And that's the reason why they were so eager to take us back to the Whitetails after they found us at the start of the Jacob missions. It's too bad that Ubisoft put no weight or effort into making the allied characters interesting. And this gets worse as we get a giga climatic scene with emotions everywhere, which does not matter because these characters are barely characters and we don't really know them or care about them.
Eli! No! What the fuck did you do? You fucking killed him! Wait! You fucking piece of shit! Weedy! He trusted you! Weedy! I trusted you!
Wait! Weedy! It was Jacob. No! Listen to me. It was Jacob. We've seen this before. Ronnie, Parker, this is what he does. And we let him right in. You find that motherfucker. You find Jacob. And you kill him. Or next time I see you. So help me God. I'll kill you myself.
I don't care about them at all. And also, excuse me lady, but I'm the only one doing all the hard work here. What have you been doing while I have liberated most of this area by myself? Also, kill Jacob or die? Yeah, you sure are the good guys. So we get a weird boss fight with Jacob now. All the fire, the spectacle, yada yada. It's probably due to the programming being played on speakers, so it's not the Bliss here making stuff weird. So we need to destroy all 6 beacons to continue while Jacob is mocking us.
Let's say you get out of this. What's next? You go back to running errands for a teenager and a housewife? The Whitetails are nothing without Eli. You are nothing without Eli. Don't fight it. Just let go. You've served your purpose. You're tougher than I thought. But killing me won't change a goddamn thing. You think I give a shit if I die? That's my purpose. I give my life for Joseph's, and I do it gladly. I understand my role. I am his sacrifice. Simple as that.
And man, there is a ton of enemies here. Fortunately, they can all be killed in one bullet, or if they just take some damage. Just be careful of the snipers and don't destroy the beacons while standing right next to them. So after you destroy all 6 of them, the real boss fight starts with Jacob atop of a mountain who you can't kill at all with your weapons. You need to get up close and personal with him to take him down. There are, again, a ton of enemies between you and him, but if you move outside of the mission zone, you can pretty much avoid the vast majority of them, and you need to climb up the mountain, all the ropes, the grapple hooks and the works, and when you get up behind Jacob,
You die now, or you die later. It's up to you. But either way, you won't die a hero.
yeah, this is kinda weak for an execution. We get one last cutscene with Jacob, which is great, as he is the only member of the Seed family who is not totally devout to Joseph, as he does not even know if Joseph has visions or if he can see the future. He simply doesn't care. But he still went along with Joseph's plan, as it lets him live out his own perverse ideas regarding humanity being weak and how he could shape the future of humanity, because he thinks the world is ending, just like the other Seed members keeps telling us that the world is coming to an end. He just does not believe in Joseph's vision of the end, or if he even talks to God, but he's still this nihilistic Darwinian who believes that society will be destroyed sooner or later, and that humanity is on that path right now. And he's not entirely wrong when he goes through the list, as this has in a way happened before many times.
Babylon. Rome. Empires rise. Empires fall. America. We're no different.
think we're indestructible. World War II, War on Terror. We survived it, but it only brought us closer to the edge. And this is where we are, right here, on schedule, just waiting for someone to push us. And oh boy, if you pushed us. You did everything he said you would do. And you didn't even know it. You had no fucking clue.
Oh, and yeah, Jacob has a bunker. I guess I forgot that we need to save our deputy friend, and I suppose that we need to destroy all 3 bunkers because... whatever. We enter the bunker, we kill everything in our way, and we reach out a deputy, and this scene, although very well acted, I just don't really care about him.
That I deserved it. Maybe he was right. Maybe I deserved it. Don't leave me here. Maybe I did. Please don't kill me. Please. Maybe I did. I did. Maybe I did. They made me strong. And now they are weak. And the weak must be cold.
Oh wait, his name is Pratt? Good to know now, I guess. It's just, we don't really care about this guy, and this scene kinda becomes cringe because... And I think that goes for a lot of the scenes in this game, that they are very well acted, but they just become cringe because they are too serious about it, because we don't even know these characters. And for some reason, the base starts to self-destruct and we need to escape the bunker. At least we get a kick-ass cutscene afterwards, followed by an awful cutscene.
He showed us the only other. He was my friend. And I'm gonna miss him. It wasn't you, Eli knows that.
Eli thought if we could just hang on, wait it out, Eden's Gate would just go away. But they won't.
Fuck no, they won't.
Cancer doesn't fade. It grows. It spreads. You have to cut it out.
Yeah.
These fucking pagans believe the end of the world is coming? Yeah. It is for them. Eden's Gate ends today! We won't stop until every last one of those motherfuckers is taken from these trees!
And again, you see the issue here? They treat these scenes so damn serious, but it's just nonsensical. They would have worked if we actually talked and interacted with these people much more, but it's never the case because again we have 3 regions and it's just not enough time. I talked to Eli maybe 2 times and that's it. Yet every other character acts and treats him like he was the most important character in the game. It's just awful writing. The best part about this last cutscene after destroying the bunkers is that thank the Lords, because our boy Joseph comes back and gives us another eulogy.
My children, a seal has been opened. My brother Jacob was a fighter. He fought our parents. He fought the government. He fought me. But mostly he fought himself. The demons that he brought home from the war consumed him. He thought he was a weapon without a purpose. That he was a warrior without a legacy. But look around you. You are his legacy. All of you willing to protect our family from the collapse. To purge the sinful from our home. And you will, my children. You will purge the sinners from our home. Jacob's death will not be in vain.
And these are so well acted, and I love them because it tells you so much more about him, the relations between himself and the person we killed, and how much hatred he has towards you. I loved Jacob's session in this game, the loading screens with the wolves shouting at the river. Inside the training area we see this hospital, or rather mental institution, which probably has some important significance to Jacob as he is a war veteran and he probably suffered from PTSD after the event in the desert, and we know this is probably the case as even Joseph says in his eulogy how Jacob brought back many demons from the war, which points to PTSD. It's also the appearance as most of his body is scarred and it looks like burn damage. If these were from the war or afterwards, we don't know though. And Jacob, due to his PTSD and trauma, came back from the war and adopted this nihilistic and Darwinian view of humans and the world, how calling the herd is something positive. He tells himself that this is all good for humanity in the end, since it will save people. He might be loyal to Joseph, but he's the only sibling who is not that religious. He never quotes God, the Bible, or any other religion. He does not care or know if Joseph spoke to God or not, but it's just about his own philosophy. He is a smart person who was able to plan an assassination by creating an assassin through conditioning, as the deputy was the only one who could accomplish this mission. But overall, Jacob is a tragic character, and it's as if he was never able to recover after the war. And for so many veterans who come back, they're just unable to fit into society anymore after what they've seen or done. But again, just like with John, his trauma does not excuse his behavior, because how many innocents has he killed and how he forced his worldview on others whether they wanted to or not. But he was an amazing villain and he had the most memorable mission by far. But I think it's time to move on to greener pastures. And we might also see some angels there. Before I talk about faith, I mentioned earlier how one huge jarring issue with the game is the conflicting tone between the main story and everything else. Sometimes the game is balls to the wall serious, and the next time it's played for lulz. Far Cry 3 is probably the most focused game in the franchise, as every mission, skill system, story was around Jason and his transformation from a scared Cali kid to a ruthless, bloodthirsty killer. There were some jokes here and there, like with Herc, but they still managed to never feel out of place or contradicting the tone of the game. But in Far Cry 5, this is the complete opposite. And let me give you some examples. Oh, we have John standing over us talking about his messed up childhood, how he can't wait to tear away your sins from your flesh. And then we do a side mission where we need to collect bull testicles for the upcoming Testy Festival.
Did you get them? Did you get those meaty bags of victory? Well, I'll be. I think this year's Testy Festy will go down as the greatest ever. Can't wait to pop one of those juicy balls into my mouth.
And we see cows copulate with each other for fun. Okay? Jacob talking to us how humanity has become weak and must be cold, conditioning you day after day, letting you lie among rotten corpses and starving you. To let's go save a truck which has Gatling guns on it so we can break any barricade the enemy tries to throw at us. John telling us how the world is ending and how Joseph was right all along and it's all due to our sin and wrath. Now we are driving a car to deliver Kim, Nick's wife, to the hospital as animals are running around, blocking the road. How wacky. To me, this dissonance makes me question when I should take the game serious, because even some side quests are super serious, especially the ones with Yes Black, which we do in the Jacob region, who is one of our companions that we can find, who is also Dutch's niece. And we need to go after a person who is called the Cook, who has done despicable and morally evil stuff even before we confronted Joseph at the start of the game, as she builds up this story while we follow her, how he prefers to kill people by burning them alive, putting people into two categories, weak or strong, or calling the herd. And yeah, if your ally NPC whom you need to follow freaks out in combat and want reset, just give them a hefty punch. So the Cook leads Jacob's purging, treats people like animals, keeping them in cages, so you need to save a few hostages, but there is no trace of the Cook, so you continue on. And I mean, just listen to what Jess has to say about the Cook.
You wanna know why they call him the Cook? A couple years back, Jacob sent one of his guys out to round up this family. Parents and kids. First thing he did was starve them. Gave them nothing. Not even a drop of water. After 3 days, they got so thirsty they had to drink their own piss. But the kids didn't want to do it. So the parents forced it down their throats. Kids puked it right back up. The Cook didn't like that. So he went and strung the parents up on posts under the hot sun.
Wait a minute, this has been going on for years. And Jesus Christ, this is such a different tone from the actual game, and it's weird because this level of topic are in the game. It's just buried under so much wacky shit. So we take a break between killing Peggy's and searching for the Cook, and we find another batch of hostages whom we save. Yet again, no sign of the Cook, which means more story time by Jess.
Parents on posts and decided to give the kids a little water. And then he asked if they were hungry. Kids were starving, so they said yes. Started begging for food. Cook asked if they want pork. Kids said yes. So he went out to the parents and took their shoes off and started to play This Little Piggy Went to Market. And the blood poured like a damn faucet. Cook had a big old grin on his face as he offered each little piece to the kids. Pretty soon there were no more piggies left. So he laughed and set the parents on fire. And the air filled up with that sick sweet smell of roasting flesh. I'll never forget that smell. When they finally stopped screaming, I looked around. He was just gone. Vanished like some sort of demon in the night. Anyways, that's why they call him the cook.
This is just getting a little bit too edgy for me. It's just so disconnected, and it will only get worse in Far Cry 6 because just you wait. I'm coming for you soon. But alright, we have the setup for quite some time now, how the cook is probably the most evil person thus far in the game, who makes the other seed members look like saints. So this is gonna be like a mini-boss, right? Or something difficult for us to fight? Not really, he's just an ordinary flame NPC who dies from one shot in the head. What a way to ruin the whole quest setup of this character, and they do the cliché shit with Jess after we have killed him, how killing Cook is not gonna make her feel better, blah 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 blah.
So, Dutch was right. Cook's dead and I don't feel anything. All I ever wanted was to find this guy. And now I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Dutch has been right about a lot of shit lately. The cult, Eli, maybe he's right about you too. You need someone to watch your back? Call me. And, thanks for everything you've done.
This only works if it's someone who maybe killed your parents, maybe they did something bad, but this guy, he killed children, adults, tortured them, fed them to each other and burned people alive, so don't give me this shit about not feeling better. There is a huge schism between gameplay, story and what's actually happening in the game, because just by looking at an outpost you can literally see innocent people strapped up on crosses with flowers stuffed into their bodies, piles of dead corpses. This cult is just insane and does the most unmoral and heinous actions ever, which should be the main reason as to why this cult is just morally wrong on every level, and how Jacob and Joseph let people like Cook do whatever he wants. So again, I don't know if the game should be taken seriously like the main story and this side quest with Cook, or am I supposed to be collecting testicles? But as I mentioned, Cook and the cult has been doing this for years. So even if we left at the start of the game when we walked away, they would have just continued doing this stuff, and again, we would leave innocent people to die if we just walked away. So again, we have no real moral ground to just walk away at the start. We had to save these people because the cult was evil. They did not suddenly turn apeshit evil after we tried to take the father away. No, they were just doing this more undercover. Well, let's get back to the seriousness of Far Cry with the introduction of Faith.
Welcome to the bliss.
Faith is easily my favorite character in the game behind Joseph, as she is so different from the others in terms of her not being direct with you. She will make you question everything she says. She is also the least forceful of the three, and she will try to manipulate you all the time. It's also the way how she approaches the player, as you can see her dancing around in the open world in her section, and if you get too close or shoot her, she will fade away and instead spawn an enemy, or you will be forced into her domain. But it's always cool to find Faith dancing around in even the weirdest places. Now, the Henbane River region also hosts new dangers, as a new type of enemy is in this zone, which are the Angels, and you either love them or hate them, because these guys are tripping balls on Bliss and they are pretty much immune to damage unless you do a takedown or make a headshot, which instantly kills them. Though fire can also be quite effective, as there is a fun mini-quest where you need to clear Angels from the basement after you capture an outpost, and it's an easy Molotov challenge achievement. Now I know many people complain about the angels as they are just too unrealistic for this game and breaks immersion as they are basically zombies, but is it really unrealistic though? Unfortunately for me, I have watched police videos where they wear their cameras, and let me tell you what happens when they start emptying their full mags against people who are on powerful drugs. They don't stop running towards you. So I don't think that the bliss having this effect is that far-fetched at all, and if anything, it's probably more realistic as they don't feel the pain, and hell, the bliss probably turns that pain into pleasure. But I have waited long enough. It's time to meet Faith. You meet Faith for the first time, well, out of nowhere, as you are not shot with a bliss bolt or anything, you just start tripping your balls off as you fade into the bliss. And as I mentioned earlier, the interesting part about Faith is you cannot trust anything what comes out of her mouth, and you can't tell if it's truth or lies. And everyone is saying she is a manipulator for good reasons.
I know you've heard stories about me. That I'm a liar. A manipulator. That I poison people's minds. Well, let me tell you a different story. A true story.
She talks about how she was scorned by her community, her friends, and abused by her family, and thus she started using the needle as a form of escape. She became an addict and how she wanted to die, but that all changed when she met Joseph, and you can see how happy she is when she remembers that moment as she starts to prance and run with you hand in hand. There are also some cool interpretations here when it comes to Faith and the blue butterflies, which seems to stick to people, and in the Bible, blue butterflies often mean a reminder of going after what you want in life, and how they are often accompanied with feelings of comfort, serenity, and happiness. It can also represent joy and lastly, rebirth. And fittingly for Faith, the butterflies also serves as a reminder that everyone goes through tough times, and how they deal with these problems determines their level of happiness. Faith sees herself as resurrected when she gains butterfly wings as Joseph saved her from death, and she was reborn as Faith. Who knew the Bible actually had some really cool and interesting interpretation of things? And that's not her original name, by the way. Her original name is Rachel Jessup, and I will talk more about her backstory later. So she grabs you by her hands and you fly together while she talks about the location and statue.
One day, the father brought her here. He asked if she had faith in him. He asked if she would be willing to die for him. The young woman who very much wished to live was scared. The father told her this was her test. He would have faith in her if she had faith in him. So she closed her eyes and left. The father kept his word. The path to Eden is clear to those who have faith.
And you also see the blue butterflies flying and sticking to the marshal, as he is so different from before when we met him. Here, he is at peace, and he is willing to take a leap of faith, an Assassin's Creed reference here. So it's time for a leap of faith for us. Now I tried to wait it out and see if she would push you or if there was any way of rejecting this task, but no, you are forced to jump to show your faith, and in the aptly named quests, a leap of faith.
Let your faith be your guide. Leap. I will give you purpose. I will set you free.
Now, I'm not sure about this jump here. How did we survive it? We jumped off a tall building, yet we are completely fine. Was it all an illusion, as the father has ordered Faith not to kill us as he needs us? Did we Bliss just walk out and lay down besides all of this? I'm a bit confused. Faith has a really great introduction here as this liar and manipulator, as she depicts herself as innocent and childlike. She laughs, she runs and skips around the place, appearing harmless to us, and she never even has a weapon on her. How she is wearing a white dress, which is often seen as something pure. This behavior will change later on, but for now we wake up in a sea of bliss plants instead right next to us.
Do you feel different? Do you feel alive? The first step is always the scariest, but we all have faith in you. Follow the pilgrimage. Walk the path. I'll see you soon.
And we are also close to a prison, which is currently under siege by Faith's soldiers, as our sheriff is trying to hold them off. And this mission it's quite fun, as it's a change of pace where you are not the one defending the location instead against waves of enemies, and instead we get to kill them while they are assaulting the prison, and it's a nice touch. Well, until we actually need to defend the prison against the waves of enemies directly after we dispatch the forces sieging it, so yeah, they fell into the same mistake once again. And there is a ton of enemies here who will swarm the walls from the sides, they come on tons of trucks, all while you need to defend the main gate. After killing them, we get a cutscene which introduces the new allied characters in this region, and we even get a retirement joke because, of course.
You know, I was gonna retire last year. Was worried I'd get bored.
Are you gonna introduce us, or we're just gonna stand around here all awkward and shit?
Language!
Oh, fuck off, Virgil, not today.
I have told you a vulgar mind is a sign of... You're not wearing your button!
No, I'm not wearing it.
I'll need a casualty report.
We're cougars!
We're really not.
Look, I'm wearing my button. The sheriff is wearing his button. This person... I'm sorry, who is this?
This is one of my deputies.
I thought you said your deputies were taken.
Well, this one wasn't. Been giving Eden's Gate a hell of a time from what I hear.
That's so. Well, I hope you plan on pitching in. No room for freeloaders.
Oh, Tracy's all right when she gets to know you. She's right about the work, though. There's plenty to be done around here. Just ask around. Good to have you back, Brooke.
Okay then.
Like, really? One of the allied guys' whole stick is that he has made buttons for everyone to wear to show that they are cougars? That's kinda lame. And Tracy is cold towards us at first, but she does give us one of the best quests in the game, which involves a certain statue. There is a lot of dialogue in this game, and I just couldn't stand the amount of it towards the end. There are just too many mini cutscenes and unnecessary dialogues, but thank God, because for the first time Ubisoft actually gives us the option to skip quest dialogue when it's a non-cutscene, and at the start I didn't mind the dialogue, but after 15 to 20 hours of the same boring and tiresome dialogue, you can bet your ass I started skipping dialogue any chance I got. It's time to do some structural damage, and I absolutely love this quest, but the issue is, why is this quest not labeled as a main mission? Because this is a side mission. You actually don't even need to do this to finish the storyline, and this one feels like it should have been a requirement to continue the story, yet we know it doesn't due to the resistance meter. Anywho, we get to the statue and we need to destroy it with explosives. But the genius thing about this mission is that you can tackle it however you want, be it with rocket launchers, explosives, or a freaking plane or helicopter, as I did. Just look at this cool destruction.
Yo, Rookie. That statue's one fat hunk of cement. You're gonna need heavy amps, goddamn. We can see your work all the way at the prison.
But now we need to enter the statue, and steal Faith's personal Book of Joseph. But all that destruction you did to the statue has actually given it cover for your enemies, as you must climb up slowly to reach the top, and with each level you climb, you need to wait for another ladder to slowly drop, as helicopter and a ton of enemies will start to climb after you. When you reach the upper floor, you need to start doing climbing puzzles to reach the top, as you finally reach said book, and you aptly burn it, with Faith berating you and how she even says that Joseph will punish her for this, and there will be more hints towards that throughout the game. The coolest part is that the statue will remain as it is now for the rest of the game and even on the map. And I just love when games respect your choices and leave permanent scars or reminders of what choice you made. And as I mentioned, Faith's a little bit different now, as you are not chased down by bliss bullets or anything, but you can actually interact with her and you can accept the invitation into the bliss again, so props for actually switching up the bliss bullet here. And we wake up in, well, the bliss again, with some really strange creatures such as a rabbit with deer horns, or as it's called, a jackalope, as we slowly walk towards Faith dancing around a tree. And I wonder if that's the Tree of Knowledge. There are animals all around us basking in the sunlight and the bliss as the tree's movement in the wind lets off its leaves. It's really beautiful. And again, I love the music here. We later meet Joseph as he's having a sermon for a small group of Peggies and the Marshal, as Faith wants us to listen to him to truly understand. But as mentioned during the Jacob section, I will talk more about this scene in the Joseph section, as a lot of this is irrelevant to Faith's arc. It seems that when you enter the bliss, you enter heaven in a way, as we are inside the Garden of Eden and how nothing goes wrong in here. Everyone and everything is happy and they're all in bliss. So we wake up and yeah, you overdosed on the bliss and you need a adrenaline shot to your heart to wake up, and it seems that you need to wake up slowly from the bliss or you will die. But we managed to come out of it with the sheriff's help, and now we can go after Faith's operation as we destroy more of her organization by destroying shrines, the bliss labs and the deliveries on the water, which makes her come to us and take us back into the bliss. And she's not quite happy this time around, as she blames you for causing violence upon others. Yeah, I'm the one doing it, not the Peggies or others. She pushes you around while talking and later grabs your hands, but for a small window of time, you manage to break away just for her to grab your hands again. But it's important, as it shows that you are not fully under her control anymore and how you are starting to become accustomed to the bliss. She talks how you and your friends just don't understand what Joseph is trying to do here and how you're living in fear. She leads us to the Marshal, whom we get a boat in, so he can convince us. The Marshal is calm, he feels joy, but as before, he's covered in tons of blue butterflies as he is full of joy. Now it's fairly ironic that the Marshal is speaking about being able to do what he wants and how he no longer needs to be the garbage collector who does all the shit work. He's his own boss now, he's free. And he's saying all of this while still wearing the same police jacket, which he has not removed yet. As he has had all the time in the world to take it off, yet he still wears it and talks about having free will and freedom to do whatever he wants. Yeah, I call bullshit. Just like I said in the Far Cry 3 retrospective video, how Jason tried to avoid his real life responsibilities like growing up and how he could not keep on killing people forever, how he won't be able to be an adrenaline junkie after all the pirates are dead, as the party has to stop at some point. And it's the same situation here. The Marshal cannot be in the bliss forever, because sometime it will run out. And he will be forced to come back to reality, which he so despises. It's just so ironic how he talks about having free will when he first of all was forced into the bliss, he was forced into Faith's region, and how everything he does is now on orders from Faith and Joseph, and again, he is only happy because he is under the bliss. You can also find the Marshal speak on the television in a fairly creepy scene where he speaks like a doll being controlled by Faith in this really monotone voice, and when he forgets a line, Faith answers for him, which he repeats.
Result of one rogue deputy who acted maliciously.
And he is trying to spin it that we are the ones at fault for trying to take away the father and how we are the problem. But you can see that this is how Faith acts and manipulates people in the real world, because every other cutscene we have with Faith are only in the Bliss world, but this scene is in the real world. It's an interesting change that you can easily miss. So while you are in the Bliss after speaking to the marshal, you hear the sheriff's voice and you have to grab him. First of all, how the hell is he talking to us? Is he seeing us at the moment? I mean, what is actually going on in the real world right now? Like, is it all in our heads? So we grab the marshal and we come back to reality as we both wake up in the prison. How? When we enter the Bliss, we just walk around randomly? Or does Faith have a location where she lets everyone in the Bliss walk around? But also, how did the sheriff find both us and the marshal? It would have been a good explanation to understand how the Bliss actually works, what we see in the Bliss and what people see outside of it. Regardless, we wake up normally now as we are starting to build up immunity towards it. The marshal goes wild. And I think the reason why the marshal refuses the medicine is because he knows that if he takes it, he will exit the Bliss, and he wants to keep being in it for as long as he can to escape reality. We are now at the brink of bringing down Faith's operation, as she once again calls us into the Bliss and forces us into it. But Faith is behaving much different than before, as she is now furious at us as to why we keep pushing her away and how we are destroying what she and Joseph have built, and how you made someone who did not want to leave the Bliss leave it. She gives a monologue regarding hubris.
The Greeks saw it as a dangerous form of pride that invoked the goddess Nemesis, who would seek retribution.
She wants to punish us for what we have done and to show what happens when we don't follow her rules and go against her.
And when their blood is on your hands,
And when their blood is on your hands,
we'll see how heroic you feel.
we'll see how heroic you feel.
What are you doing?
So it is a cool scene that she manipulates the marshal to kill, the button guy? Sure, but it pales in comparison to the scene we got with Jacob, how we use conditioning to indoctrinate you. This is just a cheap copy as it kinda comes out of nowhere and there is no real emotional stakes at all here. How the hell does the Bliss work? As the marshal is repeating what Faith is saying, moving like she instructs him, like how does it work? It's as if the Bliss have magical powers to do whatever you want with someone, or rather what the script demands the characters to do. It's just a bit too far-fetched for me. So afterwards the marshal opens up the gate to the prison, which Faith's soldiers storm and captures everyone inside, and then he pepsis himself. The marshal was the catalyst of this whole thing, as he is the one who ordered the sheriff to go and apprehend Joseph Seed. He was warned several times by everyone else and he had multiple chances to call it off. It's just kinda sad that he never had a real sacrifice where he internalized the guilt for what he has started and dies to help us in his final moment or something, but here he's just a walking mouthpiece, talking to us about the hardships of reality, how the world lies to us, while in the Bliss you can do anything, be anything, and just be blissful of ignorance. Again, I'm just bewildered as to why Ubisoft refused to flesh out allied characters in this game. And honestly, it's starting to piss me off. Regardless, you need to clean up the mess all by yourself by killing all Peggies and freeing your allies. It's just straight up cleaning mission. Not much to it. And I assume that Faith is the one to tell him to Pepsi himself, or was it an action he did because he could not stand being outside the Bliss, or he came to reality of the choices he had made? Regardless, whether or not Faith is the one who killed him directly or indirectly does not matter, as she is still responsible for him pulling the trigger, and how she even let one of her devoted people do it. Because the marshal never showed any signs of contradicting her, going against her or betraying her, unlike the deputy with Jacob, so again, Faith is a terrible person who kills even her loyal people. After freeing your allies and exiting the prison, you walk into the Bliss again and you wake up in the Garden of Eden with Faith starting to manipulate the sheriff as we see them both singing Amazing Grace, and how the blue butterflies are swarming towards the sheriff, symbolizing Faith's grasp on his mind. You try and wake him up, but Faith has other plans for him as he once saved you. But now, he understands the purpose and will join their family. And my god, Faith, you are actually pretty darn scary when you threaten people.
Your sheriff kept you from walking the path. But now he understands its purpose. And he'll join our family in Eden. And if you try to stop him...
And now, it's time for the boss fights. What's really cool is that we are actively becoming more and more resistant to the Bliss, just compared to the first cutscene where we could not reject Faith at all and we only followed her even in our body movement, never breaking the hand holding. But in the second cutscene, we actively release the grip between us for only a short moment, and later on we can save the Marshal and we are not being controlled by the Bliss anymore. But I think this is also something that Joseph told Faith, that she was not allowed to use the Bliss to fully control us like she has done with the other people like the Marshal and the Sheriff and all the angels. Instead, she was tasked to make us gain faith in the Father, not by forcing us, but by convincing us, even if there is some manipulation in it. And this did obviously not work out at all. If anything, it made us dislike him more, and by the end, we are even able to fight back against Faith in the Bliss, which is her world, which we can now control. The boss fight itself is... it's a health bar fight like in Primal, but here, I don't mind it. I actually think it's good, because it makes sense. Because we are all drugged up and we're fighting inside the Bliss, so her having this form and being able to throw spheres of light at you and creating copies of herself, it makes sense in here. She will also spawn ads to attack you, and when you chunk a certain amount of her health, she will start to create copies of herself. Fortunately, these are killed in just one bullet, same with the ads. Between each of these rounds there will be ammo crates and health kits, so thanks for that. Otherwise this fight would have sucked. Throughout the boss fight, Faith will also give you some really interesting information, especially towards the end where she starts to blame Joseph how he drugged her when she was only 17 and how she might have been strung into the cult by force. You know, the exact thing she has been forcing others to.
It's not my fault. None of this was my fault. You think I wanted this? He plied me with drugs, he threatened me. I was 17. I was just a child.
She is also adamant, just like Jacob and John, that the world is coming to an end. While Jacob did not necessarily believe in Joseph, Faith is probably the most devout of the three, as she fully believes in Joseph's vision and how she is adamant to make you join Joseph. After defeating her, we get one last cutscene with her.
You still don't understand. You don't know what it is you're doing, do you? Joseph believes he's our savior. But you'll be the one who decides what happens. You are the start. He'll be the end. It was always gonna happen this way. You'll walk the path. You'll rescue your sheriff. You'll be the hero. And then you'll choose. And if you don't listen to him, he'll be right.
I'm not sure if her appearance is due to us finding her, like how John and Jacob were roughed up in the end cutscene, or if this is what she actually looks like outside of the Bliss, as she has been a drug user for most of her life, and how she has been using the Bliss for God knows how many years now, and how her body is starting to slowly rot. It's interesting how Faith keeps on trying to get closer to you to take your hands, but you shrug back each time, and the second time she realizes something. It could be that we are the first one to actually not fall under her spell and she is surprised by it, or that she is surprised that we are afraid of her, and how she thinks that she is the nicest person. How could anyone be afraid of her or deny her? But it's more likely that this is how her death was foretold, and she even says it, how this was always going to play out this way, and she gives us one final warning.
And then you'll choose. And if you don't listen to him, he'll be right.
That when Faith dies, her spirit seems to go and create one of the bliss flowers that we pick up, and we exit the Bliss. And it's not a flower that you pick up here though. I think that you pick up the bunker key that each seed member had on their neck, because otherwise we would not be able to get into the bunker. But you can also see it as that when you pick it up, her spirit seems to move on, and how she is finally free and she can rest now. Or at least that's what I thought. But you know what's not amazing? Destroying yet another bunker, because the third bunker looks the same. We need to free the sheriff by turning off and destroying all the bliss valves. Or maybe what we saw from Faith's death was her spirit moving to take control of the sheriff as he starts to play way too close to the rope, as the sheriff is halfway there but unable to control his movements. Anyway, you turn off 5 central valves and there is a short cutscene while turning them off, so the enemies are gonna be annoying as hell. Afterwards you need to destroy the central pumps, reach the silo, you escape the bunker, and another cutscene of course, and unfortunately it's a shame. Overall, I loved Faith. She is this siren who is also this master manipulator. She always portrays herself as a victim. Ooh, it was not my fault, they made me do it. She never takes any responsibility for her actions, and she sees no wrong in providing or forcing the bliss upon others. She always presents facts which suits her own agenda. I think that she cares more about the bliss than Joseph. She sees the bliss as this world of purity, and she needs to protect it against people who are disturbing it or trying to take it away. A place where she cannot be abused anymore, lied to, or be insulted. Her own little paradise. Just like how Joseph and John has tattoos regarding their sins, Faith only has one tattoo, which is a chemical formula which translates to cocaine. Well, that then scopamine, which creates the bliss. So to say that she is obsessed with a drug is an understatement. And having such a great character who can lie with such ease and make me question what is right and wrong, if she's a liar or not, what is the truth, it's just amazing. Great work, Ubisoft. We also get Joseph's eulogy, where he talks more about Faith and how she was so important to him, how she was not the first one as his wife was the first Faith, how Faith first was broken and lost in life when she came to Joseph, how he put his faith in her and became angelic. Now, some people theorized that Joseph had sex with her and he put his faith in her, but also how Faith throughout the game was afraid of Joseph and what he would do to her if she failed his mission. And the speech towards the end, how she was only 17 when Joseph drugged her, I assume that Faith came to them and they gave her the bliss, which turned her into the character she is now. But we know she is not the first Faith in the cult, as there is a message or note that you can find in one of the basements where you find burned corpses, and the note talks about one of the previous Faiths, how her name was Lana, but was later thrown into the boiler to be disintegrated just like a common angel. Now, I have heard people say that Faith is innocent in all of this and how she did not deserve to die. Like, what are you guys on? She has murdered, she has forcibly converted tons of people, and there are even some hidden dialogues on the phone recorders where she talks about using the bliss on her neighbors just to spite them.
Game I've ever played. Have you seen their faces on the pilgrimage? Oh, you should see it. see the sin fly from their heads and their faces slacken to peace. The vanity shaved from their heads, evil taken from their lips.
I could play this game all day.
Never to speak a sinful word, any word, again. Gives me life. Every time a bell rings.
Here's the thing. Does Faith have a tragic past regarding drug use, self-harm, etc.? Absolutely. That does not excuse their behavior towards others. It's also that they are forcing all of their own traumas on others. Faith is just trying to forget her past life, and she wants to live in absolute bliss. And in general, everyone who is under the bliss in Faith's world, she is giving them a false sense of reality. She is the overprotective mother who won't let her children grow up in the real world, which is scary and dangerous, but in the bliss, they can't be hurt ever again. And the question is also, is she saying the truth, or is she lying?
Truth or lies?
For the majority of the game, she is lying her ass off trying to manipulate you, even if she is making it harder to believe that she herself admits that people say stuff about her. Even though she's making it harder to believe that when she herself admits that other people will say that she is a manipulator. I think that she lied and manipulated people so much while using the bliss that she started to believe her own lies and could no longer remember the truth. However, I believe that the real Faith, or Rachel, actually speaks on one of the phone recorders, and the first one talking about how she left Rachel behind.
We might still see that.
Rachel's so sad and alone. Once was lost, never found. She led a faithless life and it brought her low. Faith rose up in her, but Rachel stayed low down. Faith flies divine, and Rachel gropes around in the darkness. I left her there a long time ago.
But she must still have some struggles of letting it go or regretting becoming Faith, because otherwise why would she leave such a message? The thing is, we only talk to Faith or hear her voice when it's in the bliss or when it's on the bliss. We don't hear her normal voice when she's not blissed up. Well, actually, you can hear her normal voice, because remember the voicemails, which you can find at every outpost. At first, I thought these were mostly just useless and boring as hell, until I looked some of them up and I found out that Faith had left one of these messages, and I believe that this is the true Faith. Not the Faith under the bliss. She's acting like normal here.
A baby is a sack of screaming, shitting, crying impulses with no personality, no thoughts, no understanding of the world beyond feelings. It has no soul. You have to give it one. The only soul we ever have, we receive from others. And it is only others who can take it away.
And if you say something like this about babies, I'm not so sure you can be a good person. And I think with a dialogue like this, I don't think that you were completely innocent here, Faith, and I don't think that you were oppressed by Joseph. I think that was just a last lie trying to save yourself. And overall, you were just as evil as John, Joseph, and Jacob. And that's it. We have taken down all regions and are now in control of all of them. We have destroyed all 3 bunkers, and all that's left is to take down Joseph. But before that, let's do a proper setup for the final confrontation.
I saw when the Lamb opened the first seal, and I heard, as it were the noise of thunder, one of the 4 beasts say, "Come and see."
Step forward.
And I saw. And behold, it was a white horse. And hell followed with him.
Rookie, cuff this son of a bitch.
God will not let you take me.
Joseph is the centerpiece of the game. The story starts with him and it ends with him. He is always present as his beliefs, characteristics and dogma is conveyed through his siblings, how Joseph has a plan, you only need to see what he sees, you have to believe in the father, you have to praise the father, you have to say yes to the father. His ideas are infectious, and we also meet him in each region at least once. And additionally, all the eulogies after we dispatch one of his siblings. Joseph also wants to create a hard reset, or rather a naturalistic state of the world, as he wants a clean slate and everyone to live with nature and go away from the civilization that created the apocalypse. And this is a common theme with many extremists who are on the fringes of society. For example, how extreme right-wingers or white supremacists wants the inevitable race war, how the communists wants to see the current political system fail, and how their ideology will take its place. It's a very common belief in these small groups who are not in positions of power. Of course, this would mean the death of a high amount of people if these people were in power, but they are willing to sacrifice anything for their so-called utopia. And Joseph despises the current world, the politics, the nature of man, how we have gone from loving each other to hating each other. He believes that it's the current world that has brought on this apocalypse, and he's right in a way. So he wants to create a naturalist society so we don't make the same mistakes as before. And now that we have killed all of his siblings, we get one last eulogy with Joseph. And I believe that this scene is one of the best performances we have seen in a Far Cry game, and especially from Joseph.
Another seal has been opened. My family, my brothers, my sisters, they've been taken from me by a snake in the garden! I thought I knew God's plan. But I was wrong. I was blind. But now I see. You took my family from me so that I could have yours. We will welcome them with open arms, just as we will welcome you. We will be waiting for you where it all began.
Oh yeah, back in 2018, for many people, that snot actually made their FPS drop hard. And yes, the actor actually confirmed that it was real snot. I don't think I've ever seen something like this in a game before. And it's really unusual that we get antagonists who genuinely cry and bawl their eyes out, as it shows how vulnerable they are, and how Joseph has lost everything that he loved and holds dear, and the only thing he has left is God. I always find it fascinating when villains act panicked or shows a lot of emotion, since Joseph has been super calm throughout the game, but this is the first scene where he actually shows raw emotions, and it makes Joseph feel so much human. It's also fascinating how he kinda questions God's plan, as he thought he knew it, but now he's going to take our family from us, and how he will have revenge, and how the snake in the garden is us. Or maybe it's that Joseph initially saw us as necessary, that we would join him on our own terms. We just needed a nudge in the right direction, hence why we are always saved by Joseph and how he tells his siblings not to kill us. But after seeing how we killed them, all he instead sees us is a snake and not the good person he initially thought of us. And now it's time to face him in a final confrontation which will take place where it all started. So you gather up your friends and go there where we are met with Joseph. Or rather, I thought I went with my friends, because somehow the majority of them are under influence of the Bliss and Joseph's orders. Wait, what happened here? I don't remember the Bliss working like this, and hell, we have taken out everything Joseph has. We liberated all 3 regions, so how was he able to come close enough to influence them with the Bliss? Also, how is he giving them orders? Again, we have no explanation of how the Bliss worked. Also, why is the sheriff and the 2 deputies the only ones who are not under the Bliss? Because they were with us at the start of the game? Whatever, I'm not even gonna try and explain how the Bliss works at this point, so let's just keep going. So we are faced with 2 choices here, where we can either confront him or we can walk away. So let's start with the latter option and walk away. I actually like this ending because it's quite symbolical to the whole game, and how the game gave you the same choice at the start of the game to just walk away, yet you refused, and here we are again. And Joseph is giving you the same choice. And it also begs the question if all of this was worth it. Have you killed enough? And Joseph is willing to let you go after everything you have done, killing all of his family, all of his followers, everything he loved. Joseph still allows you to walk away. He could have easily killed you at any point in the game. Just think about it. He saved you from John once. He told all 3 of them not to kill you. And here at the end, he could have had you and your friends killed easily. So the question is, if you will repay his gratitude to the same extent, which I find is really weird that if you accept. He keeps on saying you can leave with your friends, yet when you walk away, you're only allowed to leave with the sheriff and the 2 deputies while the rest stay with Joseph. Like, what? Is he implying that they are not my friends? Or is it to symbolize how it was only us at the start of the game who came and left? Anyway, there are some protests from one of the deputies, but you leave peacefully, and that should be the end, right? But there's a twist. Because of course it is. A certain song starts to play on the radio, and you are still under the conditioning by Jacob, and what happens afterwards, I don't know, because the screen fades to black. Does he kill the others in the car, or do we become Joseph's servant? Well, this is the ending that many picked. And then went straight back and picked the other one, because that seemed like the canon ending, where we actually fight Joseph, and he is immensely assaulted when you refuse to leave.
Every slight, every injustice, and every choice reveals our sin. John was wrong. Your sin is not wrath. You'd rather watch the world suffer and burn than swallow your pride. And the Lamb broke the 6th seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake. And the sun became black, and the moon turned to blood.
Friends now see the truth. They welcome Eden's gate into their hearts. They will die for me.
There is some really weird shit going on as we see wooden pieces starting to fly around, Joseph tipping over the bliss barrels, and it all becomes pure chaos. And it's as if we are fighting in the eye of the storm, and we get the final boss fight. And I'm gonna be serious, this is easily the worst boss fight in the game. It's actually horrendous. I don't know if this was rushed, because I don't think this fight is befitting being the last fight with Joseph, as it should have been more of a psychological struggle between ideas, between the beliefs of these people, and not just pew pew. Anyway, you need to save all of your friends, which means shooting them. Yeah, how that works, I don't know. You shoot them and then you help them up, which will make them free from the bliss, which in turn makes them into allies, and this continues on and on until you have saved all 13 14 of them. And the concept never changes. Sure, Joseph will also personally attack you, but you can't permanently kill him as he will respawn in short intervals. Now, he does keep shouting at you in the boss fight, and some of these lines are really creepy, especially towards the end when he starts to shout,
Hey, take him down hard! You don't know what you're doing! Only I can save you! You have to believe me!
So we finally defeat him and we get the last cutscene where he asks God to forgive us as we do not understand, and he's still under the belief that we have started something cosmic. That's the game, we got our revenge, and we should get the option whether to kill him or arrest him. Because imagine arresting him for the second time while Joseph realizes that he did all of this for naught. Well, probably even more infamous than the controversies surrounding the game, there is the ending.
There was silence in heaven. And the 7 angels before God were given 7 trumpets. And there were noises, thunderings, lightnings, and an earthquake.
Joseph Seed, you're under arrest.
And I heard a great voice from the temple say to the angels, "Go your ways, and pour from the vials the wrath of God upon the earth."
In a huge twist that not many people saw coming, a nuke, an actual nuke is dropped. And yeah, Joseph was right from the start. He was always right. So you rush into the car with Joseph in handcuffs and the rest of the sheriff's department and you drive the hell out of Dodge. And it's an amazing scene, but it was not just one nuke. There were 3 of them. And everyone is just freaking out, and it all comes to a stop after you crash into a tree. And just like at the start of the game, when you crash the helicopter, Joseph is seemingly unscathed and starts to drag you down into Dutch's bunker where you woke up and started the game. Unfortunately, Joseph kills Dutch, and now it's just the 2 of you there.
You know what this means? It means the politicians have been silenced. It means the corporations have been erased. It means the world has been cleansed by God's righteous fire. But most of all, it means I was right. The collapse has come. The world as we know it is over. I waited so long. I waited so long for the prophecy that God whispered in my ear to be fulfilled. I prepared my family for this moment. And you took them from me. I should kill you for what you've done. But you're all I have left now. You're my family. And when the world is ready to be born anew, we will step into the light. I am your father. And you are my child. And together we will march to Eden's gate.
And this is by far the darkest ending to a Far Cry game, where you actually lose. And you are now stuck with Joseph in his bunker for God knows how many years, and he's going to try and convert you. The interesting part is once again that Joseph saves you. He did not have to drag you out of the car, he could have left you to die and enter the bunker himself. He did no longer need you because the apocalypse had already started and you could no longer stop it. So although Joseph is a terrible person who has killed, tortured, scammed and whatever, even killing his own daughter, he's still not a complete monster, as he is still willing to forgive you. Now, there are people who say that the ending came out of nowhere. Now that's actually false, because Faith, Jacob and John all gives clues that Joseph might actually be right about the world ending.
Everyone thinks he's crazy, but he's not. Look around you. This world is on the brink. You can feel it in your bones. Look at the headlines. Look who's in charge. We had a plan. You don't understand. You don't believe. You don't care!
You know, my brother saw all this coming. I don't know if he talks to God. That doesn't matter. He was right. Humanity is once again in crisis.
Joseph believes he's our savior. But you'll be the one who decides what happens. You are the start. He'll be the end. It was always gonna happen this way. You'll walk the path. You'll rescue your sheriff. You'll be the hero. And then you'll choose.
And hell, we even see a nuke go off in Faith's vision, with Joseph talking about how we need to go back to the basics, seeing a burning land after the nuclear blast, so coming out of nowhere is simply false. However, you can also listen to the radio and hear that the nuclear war between Russia and the US is super close.
Conflicts have the government requesting that all US citizens traveling in Asia or the Middle East return home as soon as possible. If you have family out there, check in with them. The US State Department has issued an advisory against all unnecessary international travel. Families are being encouraged to travel within the United States instead of abroad. No word on how this is affecting businesses yet, or whether international business travel is considered necessary. The strain in Asia is increasing. Between threats of nuclear activity and potential trade sanctions, it seems likely that conflict will break out sometime in the near future. If it does, the United States will have to get involved. Peace talks in the Middle East have broken down again.
I did not hear that at all, and I think it's pretty much cheating, as it's too much in the background and hidden from the players, but at the same time, this explanation makes kinda sense as to why the US Army has not come to save us or crack down on the cult, as they are busy with tensions rising between them and Russia, which makes the cult a very low priority. Hell, it even makes sense now that Willis left us because he had bigger fish to fry, as it was about an upcoming nuclear war. And also the whole game has many signs of it, because how many bunkers with the prepper stashes have we not gone through? We even destroy 3 of the huge bunkers of Joseph, and the ending was there all along, if you just stop and think. And I suppose we should discuss these endings. This ending is probably the most controversial one, as some loved it and many hated it. And I understand why people hate it, as it blatantly removes any nuance regarding the first choice in the game and how you can't win in this game. The cards are stacked against you from the start. The issue also lies in, so did Joseph know the nukes were going to drop, or was he the one behind it? Well, This got a little bit retconned in Far Cry 6, as in one of the DLCs with Pagan, he tells someone that AJ and Kirat has nukes. Yes, somehow they got nukes, which makes next to no sense.
I'm sure by now you're busy silencing dissidents and enjoying lavish clifftop dinners. I just have one last thing to mention. You don't think I really sunk all this country's money into gold statues, do you? Don't be stupid. No, I was starting to get a little tired of America meddling in my personal affairs without consequence. I mean, closing trade, sending the CIA, trying to hire you to off me or something. It really pissed me off. So, beneath this palace is, well, what would you call it? A stock? A heap? A gaggle? An enormous fucking vault of nuclear weapons, a fuck ton of them, pointed right at America. Probably, I don't know, somewhere near Montana, to be exact. Doesn't matter. Feel free to use them whenever and however you see fit. Oh, but if I am alive, do warn me first, would you? Enjoy the power, RJ. You deserve it. Love always, Uncle Pagan. Now, how do I press stop?
But it also creates an issue as, well, what happened afterwards? Was the whole world nuked or just Montana? How will future Far Cry game takes place as 6 has recognized what happened? Well, it seems that they have said that this was just an alternative timeline now. Many people wanted an ending where we actually defeat Joseph, as it would have been interesting to see Joseph actually lose, how he has sacrificed so much of his life, his loved ones, and then just find out that the vision he had was wrong. And how he would be able to contemplate that information, and he would probably go completely bat crazy, fairly similar to what happened in New Dawn, but I'm not gonna talk about that game. So, as you can see, these endings were quite controversial and people hated it. I also hated it. I thought it was just a cheap spectacle for a plot twist. There were many theories regarding the ending, such as, did Joseph set off the nukes himself to manually create his vision? In that case, how did he do it? Did he buy them from Kirat? Or did he remove them from the bunkers? As we have seen in the bunkers, they have nuclear silos, so again, how did he do it? Did Joseph know that the nukes would drop at that moment because he knew they were going to be dropped? Was Joseph just lucky predicting the end of the world? The question is also, who shot the nukes? If it was not Joseph who detonated them, was this all just an imagination by the Bliss, as we see Joseph push Bliss barrels before the final fight with him, and that's what we are seeing? And also, what happens if you walk away at the start of the game, and the second time, would the nuke still drop? But as we know, with the existence of Far Cry New Dawn, is that the nukes happened. That's canon in this universe. It was not the Bliss, Joseph was not the one who detonated the nukes, and the nukes was between Russia and the US. So the ending is complete trash, right? Not really. Because after analyzing the ending, it's actually a masterpiece. I'm fully serious now. It's actually really good, and it's up there with the ending of Far Cry 3. To explain why, we first need to do a deep dive into all of Joseph's previous scenes throughout the game, because now that we know the ending, there is now much more meaning to these scenes. Now, to understand Joseph, you need to understand his situation. Imagine if you are Joseph. You hear a voice that says the world is going to end, and maybe even showing you how it will end. Most people would go crazy. We have seen doomsday preachers many times throughout history, and we always treat them as a joke. But imagine being Joseph and you 100% believe it will happen, yet no one is willing to believe you and they just see you as a lunatic. As most of us saw him at the start of the game. As Joseph from a young age was religious but not an extremist. He came from a background where his father was a pastor, but also how he was married and had a kid at a young age. And you can even hear in a tape that he sounds normal.
Sorry, I can't come to the phone right now. I'm busy growing our little sprout. So leave me a message. God bless.
Hey baby, it's me. I'm just calling to make sure you got the stairs okay. I worry a little. I just have a good time tonight, okay? And it'll be great to see Sarah, and I know you guys have a lot to catch up on. And I am going to, I got a plan and a project for tonight. I'm going to build the crib while you're gone. So you have a good time, and enjoy the chat and enjoy dinner. And when you get back, there will be a surprise waiting for you. No, it's gonna be good, I promise. Miss you already. Bye.
And seriously, how would you be able to convince people that the world is ending? Seriously, you can't. Which is why he created the project Eden's Gate, so he could get followers who would trust him in his words. He brought in a lot of people who were broken, lost, thrown away by society, and he gave them purpose and hope for a better future, a future where they would all be happy. So he gathered his brothers and Faith, and instead of helping them with their problems, like John and his psychic sadistic behavior, Jacob's PTSD Darwinian perspective, and Faith's addiction, he instead warped all of these issues to his cause to create a better future, at least what he thinks a better future, and he used the trauma for a supposedly good cause. Joseph has seen his siblings alive and dead, as he mentions this to John in the tape, and his reaction in the last eulogy is so strong because he thought God would not let him die, that they would grow old with him, but you were the person who changed all of that. I think the way to understand Joseph is that he knows the ending, but not what happens on the way. For example, at the start of the game, where he willingly goes with the sheriffs, or you walk away. The reason he gives you the choice to walk away is because he knows that you will start the apocalypse that he has been waiting for if you decide to not walk away. This is also why he is so calm and says that God won't let you take me away, because he knows where he will be at the end when the apocalypse starts, which means he can't be taken away. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the interesting part is, why does he insist on converting you instead of killing you after you have killed 1, 2 or 3 of his siblings? We see this happen when John tries to drown you and talks about how you were not here by accident and how God sent you here and how we have been given a gift. The question is if we embrace it or cast it aside. So Joseph knows that we are essential, and he knew we would come here, as he knew that this event would be kickstarted, as he knew that event would kickstart the upcoming apocalypse, which he states after the helicopter crash. But why are we so important? We also get a scene with Joseph during Jacob's story, where he talks more about where he comes from and how he became what it is. Joseph tells us that the first time he heard a voice, which he presumes was God, was after a fatal accident involving his wife and infant daughter, and Joseph himself was young, insecure, he was only 23 years old, and now his wife died, but his daughter lived, but she was in a critical state with tubes everywhere. Now this is the really interesting part, as this is almost beat for beat regarding the biblical story regarding Abraham and his son, and how God and the devil made a bet regarding how faithful Abraham was to God, and God knew for sure that his boy was faithful. So he told him to bring him to the top of the mountain and kill his own son. But just when Abraham was about to do it, God intervened, and it meant that Abraham had passed the test, how he was willing to offer the one thing he cherished the most, his own son, to God, to show his faith in him. The dark twist, however, in Far Cry 5 and in Joseph's case is that God never intervened, as Joseph pushed the tube and let his infant daughter pass away. Yeah, the game is not deep, right Kotaku? Joseph seems to think that this is the natural order of things, how pain and sacrifice is just part of God's plan. And it serves to prove that we must do whatever we can to serve God, regardless of what he asks. So again, Joseph and Abraham, pretty similar. The difference being that Abraham knew God would stop him, while Joseph accepted doing anything to serve God. He did not believe that God would stop him. So I'm finally coming to the point now. Why are we important? Remember when I said that the sheriff's name was Whitehorse and hell came after it? Joseph keeps saying that a seal has been broken each time one of his siblings die and during other events, like how his seal has been broken at the start of the game when you come to take him. Each sibling represents one of the 4 horsemen. Jacob is obviously war, him being a veteran and making people kill each other to cool the weak. John is famine, as he has sent his followers to plunder everything in Hope Valley, be it food, gas, anything that can be used for the cold so they can live in their bunkers for the upcoming apocalypse. and Faith is the pale horse who is bringing death to people through the bliss, manipulating them to kill each other and themselves, be it through jumping down to their deaths or controlling their movements. The fifth seal is when John, Faith, and Jacob are dead, and how they were all martyrs for the cause. Now, most of the seals has been opened and the world is standing on the brink, waiting for your final decision whether to resist or walk away. Joseph knows what will happen if you decide to resist, which is why we see him act so crazy and aggressive, because he knows the world will end, and after defeating him, we and 7 of our allies stand behind Joseph to arrest him when the last seal is opened. And we even hear a air siren in the background, and lastly the earthquake and the last seal, which is the nuke. So the entire plot of Far Cry 5 is taking inspiration from the final chapter of the Bible's New Testament, as we have opened all 7 seals and caused the apocalypse. Well, and according to the Bible, there is only one person who can open the 7 seals, and his name is Jesus Christus. I shit you not. The reason why Joseph has not killed us, why he wants to keep us alive, is because we, the player, play as the reincarnation of Christ. Well, at least someone who is just as powerful, which makes sense, right? Because you, not Rook, you are pretty much almighty and powerful, right? You can kill thousands of enemies, and what happens when you die? You resurrect, just like Jesus did, and this is why Joseph respects you so much. And he even saves your life at the end of the game. And it all makes sense, because in the New Testament, the only one who was able to open the 7 seals, Jesus Christ. And you are the one who opened all the seals and caused the end of the world. Also, what is the name of Jesus' father? Joseph. And what do people call Joseph?
Joseph Seed.
They call him the father.
In a messed up sense, Joseph is your father. It's symbolic.
I am your father. And you are my child.
Which is why he cares so much about you not dying. And again, of course, all of this is just a theory. Take it as you will. So with this context in mind, the game is actually genius and deep as hell. It's not just random Bible verses sprouted throughout the game. They actually make a lot of sense. And honestly, I believe this is not an asspull, and this is how the original game was always set out to be. And what can I say other than they succeeded with flying colors? But as I mentioned, many people were not happy. They did not understand the theory, they just thought the ending was bullshit and how the story overall was just bad. Now, one big issue with walking away at either choice is that the game tries to tell you that walking away was the correct choice. Hell, it's even repeated throughout the whole game, how it's better off leaving things alone. But it's only a good choice in hindsight because you have no idea about the upcoming apocalypse. Also, that means leaving the county in the hands of Joseph to do whatever he wants, and the game can't really make up its mind regarding the time frame because the main story seems to suggest that the cult was quite peaceful before the start of the game, and how the reapening started when we crashed the helicopter. But then we find out that they built bunkers years ago, and Jess Black probably gives the most obvious statement how the cook, the absolute psycho, has been Jacob's right hand for years, killing and torturing people. So that means if we walk away, we let people like those keep on doing whatever they want and not bring them to justice, which is a bullet to the brain. And as stated, many people want an ending where we actually beat Joseph. But I don't understand, why do people think Joseph won? No one won. If anyone lost, it's probably Joseph, because he lost everything. His wife, his daughter, all of his siblings, his whole cult. He has no one left. He was right, but just because he was right does not mean he won. Hell, he never acted as if he won, because again, Joseph might have been correct about the world ending, but that does not make him a good person or that his cause was good, and most people under him simply justify their crimes and actions on "we are saving humanity." So yes, all of our killing probably killed more people than we saved, but it was still the morally right thing to do. It's also interesting how Joseph accuses us of having the sin pride, which is the deadly sin, when in retrospective, Joseph's sin is pride. As he is too proud to realize that his faith in God does not mean he has to do all the evil stuff he does, he fails to see any solution other than blind devotion to God. The whole Seed family were evil. The actions they all did are indefensible, but we understand why they did all of it, as each of them holds so much trauma inside of them. And in the end, all the Seed members deserve their deaths. So in the end, Joseph made all the wrong decisions for the right reasons. He wanted to save people from the apocalypse, but he went with it in the worst way possible. He doomed his moral cause from the start, and ultimately him not being able to swallow his pride, and maybe disband the cult to kill more people than it saved in the end. Because remember this, the reason why the seals were opened was because of us, being Jesus, as he is the only one who can open the seals. But if Joseph never started the cult, there would be no seals to open, and therefore there would be no apocalypse, no nukes being fired. So in a way, Joseph's vision led him on the path to create a cult, which also put him on the path of creating the apocalypse which he sought to prepare for. If he gave up his pride, none of this would have happened. It's kinda sad that Joseph does not have the same praise as previous Far Cry antagonists such as Vaz and Pagan, because Joseph is so much different here for the better, as he's much more human in his behavior, and that he actually has his own personal beliefs, morals, and well, feelings, more than just going between calm and full-on rage. Joseph uses every emotion he can here. It's too bad that this would not be the end of Joseph's journey, as he does make appearances in Far Cry New Dawn. May God have mercy. With all of that, we have explored more or less most of the game, so let's talk about the thing that the game is actually infamous for, which are the controversies.
Release me! Release me!
As mentioned at the start of the video, the game was riddled with controversy since the first reveal trailer, but the critique would become even more visceral after the release of the game, as many journalists would complain about the game lacking politics. Yeah, I have seriously never heard a critique like this, how a game does not delve into politics enough. It's a really odd point to critique, but I believe the reasoning for this is simply that a lot of journalists thought up to themselves that the game would tackle right-wing extremism, like skin color, Christianity, gun culture, and most of all a critique of Donald Trump, even though that was impossible since the game was already written before Trump was even nominated. Ubisoft has said that they don't do politics in Far Cry, but the main issue is that even if Far Cry 5 would be a take on right-wing fanatics, especially those tied to religion, the game is still pro-right-wing in terms of Republicans, as the game takes place in a region which is filled with conservatives, and the heroes and freedom fighters are literally rednecks, and they are able to fight back due to the Second Amendment. You have the right to bear arms and protect yourself, so again, it makes no sense. I don't think we have ever seen a more pro-gun game than Far Cry 5, so in essence, you want the game to tackle right-wing politics, yet the heroes and militia themselves are right-wing conservatives? Okay? Honestly, this controversy was created out of nothing, because the game never flat out said it would tackle real-life politics. Hell, every interview with the creators of the game said it was non-political. And again, in the trailer, there were a lot of people who saw the religious dogma regarding guns and how they were vital to their religion, which is reinforced by Joseph saying,
They will come. They will try to take from us. Take our guns. Take our freedom. Take our faith.
However, these are simply not Christians, because the first thing you see in the trailer is a statue of Jesus thrown on the ground. Cults are not necessarily right-wing. For example, the cult, the People's Temple, was left-wing, based on apostolic socialism, and they critiqued many aspects of Christianity as being fascist, racist, and capitalist. Every term from that ideology, so again, I'm not sure where they got the right-wing aspect from, as to me it seems that cults are quite, well, universal. To me, all of this just tells me that gaming journalists are unable to think critically about a piece of medium, what nuances lies behind the dialogue, and instead they just want the game to be on their side or straight up tell the player what they mean. I'm gonna give you a few examples. Colin Campbell, writer for Polygon, is one of such proponents as he wrote about Far Cry 5 before the release regarding its themes. He's also a person that believes that all games are political and accuses Ubisoft of using imagery which could be translated as being political or white supremacist. But Ubisoft has said that it's no such group since the cult is multiracial, yet he continues to critique Ubisoft and Far Cry 5 for not tackling political topics. He writes, "At a time when people are being marginalized, silenced, deported, and killed as a result of nativist politics, this seems like a morally dubious exercise, and how people around the world are angry and frightened by the rise of nativism and acts of violence and murder perpetrated by far-right terrorists. As I have said to me, this just feels like the author is injecting his own politics into the game and he sees what he wants to see, and that cults are something exclusively right-wing." There's another article by Vice, which is one article I never in my life thought I would actually see, because it actually critiques the appearance of black people in the game. I have never seen an article from a major news site, which is also left-wing, that complains about the fact that there are too many black people in Far Cry 5. And he goes on that Far Cry prides itself on realism.
You will defeat anyone who stands in your way.
Realism? Yeah, it's clear that this person has no idea what they are talking about and has never played a Far Cry before in their life. I just find it interesting that in this game it was wrong to have too much diversity. Why? It makes total sense, and the rebellion is also super diverse. Or is the problem that the bad guys are also diverse? It all stems down to the fact that a lot of people who critique the game are too obsessed at analyzing the game from a Western lens and perspective, which completely ignores the universal messages the game is trying to tell regarding cults, because cults are not just religious extremists. We have seen cults of personalities throughout history, and it's not excluded to a certain religious group or political spectrum. And they are also not exclusively American, they are universal. I have mentioned that I am not a fan of the fact that a lot of the game devs actively change their games to what journalists want. The main audience should always be the fans and players of your games, but I understand critics are supposed to know more about games and how they are right. They are professionals, right? But maybe that was true back in the day. But to me, it's clear that a lot of critics are not objective anymore, and a lot of their views are tainted by politics and they are unable to be bipartisan. Far Cry 5 is a conflicting game. It has some of the best moments in the franchise, but it stumbles on so many basic levels which drags the whole experience down. It somehow feels like the developers did not have a united vision as to what the tone the game should be, and how one team worked on the story while another worked on the side content and the tone of the gameplay, and they never communicated with each other, which makes you, the player, question, what should I feel here? Is this a game I should take serious? Or is it just mindless fun? Because it can't be both here. The new implementation of the main story missions into the side content and how you're not unable to just choose and do a main mission anymore was a complete failure. Forcing players into main missions is not what you want to do, and it should never have been a gameplay mechanic. The villains and the main story are easily the best aspect of the game by far. I love Joseph Seed and his siblings as they are all unique, they bring their own thing to the table and it works flawlessly. As I stated earlier, each one of them could have easily been their own antagonist in another game, and they work because they are all fleshed out and they feel like real characters and not just some one-note villain that many other Far Cry villains are guilty of, especially if you compare Far Cry 5 to Far Cry 6. The game was heavily disliked by many people, even the casual audience was not too convinced around the time of release, but in recent times, the game is actually quite beloved by a lot of people in the Far Cry community, as many people tend to put Far Cry 5 as their favorite Far Cry game, which is an interesting change. I strongly recommend that you still check this game out when it's on sale, because it's worth every penny, and try to truly look into the story and the characters. Unfortunately, this would be the last installment where the story team actually put effort into the franchise. And let's just say that this was the last great Far Cry game, because it's only downhill from here, and New Dawn is next on the list. So, if you liked the video, please like and subscribe. I also have a Patreon, and I will see you in the next video.
Release me! Release me!